to chair some.
Okay, no problem.
I'll give you the brutal, hard, difficult parts.
Thanks, Steve. That's how you show your love, right? Yeah. You're just preparing me.
That's right.
We are at 1 minute. Seconds. Now.
Thank you very much. And I want to welcome everyone to today's meeting of the Durham City Council. This is a work session. It's at 1 o'clock on June 4th, 2020. Another extraordinary work session of the Durham City Council. They're not as extraordinary as they used to be. Maybe I should stop saying that. They've become routine. But I'm still very grateful to the staff, our tech staff, our clerk's office, our public affairs office, for all the work they do to make this possible. So thank you all so very much. I'm really grateful. I know my colleagues are as well. I'm now going to ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Mayor Schul.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson.
Here.
Councilmember Caballero.
Here.
Councilmember Freeman. Councilmember Middleton.
Here.
Councilmember Reese.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I'm now going to ask if there are any announcements by members of the council, and I'm going to begin by calling on Councilmember Caballero.
Thank you, Mayor. I was wondering if we could hold a moment of silence for Aurea Soto Morales. And before we do that, I would like to say a few words.
Of course.
Thank you. So I'm going to say it in Spanish first and then in English. Vamos a hacer un momento de silencio para Aurea Soto Morales, una niña de 8 años que fue parte de nuestra comunidad acá en Durham. Asistió a la escuela Creekside y murió por complicaciones del virus COVID-19. Ayer tuve la oportunidad de hablar con el papá de Aurea, el señor Salvador Morales, Salvador Soto, y le quería agradecer tomar el tiempo de hablar conmigo. Le dije que íbamos a hacer este momento de silencio. Y también le pedí si quería compartir algo con la ciudad de Durham, con la comunidad de Durham, de su niña. Y me dijo que quería compartir esto, que ella siempre le decía, papi, por favor, cárgame, quiero volar. Y también me contó que ella siempre quería ser una mariposa. Y en este momento estoy pensando que Aurea está en el cielo como una mariposa. Estamos pensando en la familia Soto Morales. Estamos rezando para ustedes. Y que Dios les bendiga. Muchas gracias. On June 1st, Aurea Soto Morales, a 8-year-old Durham resident, died from complications of COVID-19. She was a Creekside Elementary School student. I know that the community at Creekside is also is mourning her loss and grief and grieving. I had the opportunity of speaking with Areo's father yesterday, and I just wanted to say thank you to him for taking the time to speak with me, and shared with him that the city of Durham would be holding a moment of silence in honor of his daughter. I asked him if there was something he would like to share, a story or something about his daughter, and he said that she always told him to throw up in the air because she wanted to fly, that she always wanted to be a butterfly. And so today I'm thinking about how I'm hoping and praying that she is now a butterfly and is observing all of us. To the Soto Morales family, we are thinking of you. We are praying for you. May God bless you. Thank you.
Councilmember Caballero, thank you so much for that. Thank you for being in touch with the family. And thank you for bringing us this. And now I will ask for all of us to join together in a moment of silence in memory of Aura, Durham's butterfly. Thank you. These are hard times in our city in many ways, and I don't know that there's a harder time than losing a child. So thank you for that. All right, we'll now move on to other announcements by members of the council.
Mr. Mayor, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, council member. Welcome.
I apologize. I was wrapping up a call.
No worries. We're glad to have you.
And I truly appreciate Councilmember Caballero's bringing the Soto Morales family into this space to make sure that we're not missing how much grief our families are experiencing in our community. I'm hard pressed based on an interaction I had yesterday to not give some more depth to the conversations that I keep hearing around the current unrest beyond the COVID-19 context. And I just want to make sure that I take a couple of minutes and just say that there's a disconnect for folks who are just waking up and just realizing what's been happening and what the impact has been for Black and Brown folks in this community for a long time. I woke up this morning reminded of a trip I took last summer because I was involved with the National Black Caucus of the local elected officials, where I had the opportunity to visit the National Civil Rights Museum, the Mississippi Civil Rights Museum. And I just want to express just how far this goes when I say to people that I feel it in my soul and I feel it in my DNA. There's a sense in this country that because of the loss and the videos that we're seeing, that's where this is stemming from. And I want to stress to people that they understand that this is coming from as far back as Medgar Evers and as far back as that Mississippi Civil Rights Museum was able to list all of the people who were lynched back in front of a panel filling a room of names and people that have been lost in our community across the country. And as much as I want to be okay in this, I'm not. And as much as the grief of losing a child, whether to COVID or to gunfire or to anything, doesn't sit well with me. It doesn't sit well with me to see white adjacent people or white people try to act as allies and not acknowledge the full human existence of Black people in this country. And it's really starting to eat at my soul. I want to be clear that white violence is the violence that people are responding to. And it's not limited to police. It is not limited to these incidents. It is the experience that folks in this country have had for over 400 years. And I just couldn't not say that this afternoon. Thank you.
Council member. Are there any other announcements by members of the council? Mayor Pro Tem, do you want to talk now about the Racial Equity Commission?
Yes, I'm sorry. Totally forgot about that. So thank you for reminding me. So the mayor and I had a brief meeting with the co-chairs of our Race Equity Task Force in order to discuss the work that they've been doing and the recommendations and the form for the presentation of those recommendations to council and to the community. They're going to be ready to report back to us in early July. And after some conversations with staff, we think that it would be best for us to hold an additional special meeting in early July for them to present their recommendations to us. The meetings that we have scheduled already have pretty full agendas, and being that we're on Zoom, we don't want to overload folks. So I'd like to propose that we schedule a special meeting on the first Monday in July, which is July 6th in the evening at our normal meeting time, 7 p.m. If folks are available then, to hear from the Race Equity Task Force and discuss their recommendations.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you.
I really appreciate it, and having heard their, having talked to our co-chairs, Judge O'Neill and Karen Haldeman about their plans, I'm excited to hear their report. And I think what we should probably do now, rather than have everybody check calendars, is ask our administration if they could see if that July 5th date works for folks. And that meeting, we would have the, Charlie's holding up July 6th, is it? Is what you meant? That's a Monday?
Monday, July 6th at 7 p.m.
I'm sorry, I said July 5th, I apologize.
No worries.
Monday, July 6th. And so I'll ask our staff, Madam Clerk, if you could perhaps check with the members of the council and the administration to make sure that that meeting is one that is a date that works for folks. And if not, we can figure out another one soon thereafter.
Okay, will do, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you.
Any more announcements by members of the council? All right, thank you. Then I'll move to priority items by the city manager.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of City Council. It's good to see you this afternoon. There are a number of priority items listed in my priority memo that are really just pertain to additional information that is being provided as a result of some follow-up questions from council members. So in the interest of time, I'm not going to go through and read all those. Do want to point out that there are two additional agenda items that have been added. Agenda item number 48 is the City Council budget work session reconciliation discussion. And then agenda item number 49 is the Durham Small Business Recovery Fund. Those can be handled at the end of the meeting or whenever you determine appropriate. Those are my priority items. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Can I have a motion to accept the manager's priority items?
So moved.
Moved by Councilmember Middleton, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Mayor Schul,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson,
Aye.
Councilmember Caballero,
Aye.
Councilmember Freeman, Councilmember Middleton,
I vote aye.
Councilmember Reese.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have gotten instructions before I get to the city attorney from Beverly that my volume is too loud. Usually my volume is not loud enough.
That's a first.
So I'm pleased to hear this. And I'm not exactly sure how to deal with that. So maybe Viv or somebody can tell me some quick instructions and I will try to get quieter. You can send me a text. Madam Attorney, any priority items?
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council. It's good to see you all. The City Attorney's Office has no priority items today.
Thank you, Madam Attorney. Madam Clerk?
Good afternoon, everyone. The City Clerk's Office has no priority items today.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right. I'm going to move through the administrative consent items. And after I do that, what I would like is if the manager would recommend to us the order in which he would like the various presentations, unless you would prefer to do that now, Mr. Manager.
Mr. Mayor, why don't you start reading and I'll go ahead and glance through those while you're doing that and get back.
Okay.
That's okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Under City Clerk's Office, item 1, approval of City Council minutes. And I sent a correction to the clerk. I believe I copied it to council members quite a while back. At one point it says on page 4 of the April 23rd minutes, it said city was paying to recycle at approximately twice as much per ton to recycle and to ship waste to the landfill. Should say city was paying to recycle at approximately twice as much per ton to recycle than to ship waste to the landfill. So I've offered that correction. Item 2, Carolina Theater of Durham Board of Trustees appointment. And I said to the clerk before we go through these that we would have a discussion of the balloting process, because I think we've got a little bit of confusion. And so, but before I do that, I see Councilmember Caballero. Did you want to comment?
We're going to talk about it in a minute, so it's fine.
Okay.
I can wait until then. Thank you.
All right. So for this, Madam Clerk, why don't you describe the process? We've got to, it's tricky, you guys. I mean, it was easy when we all showed up and wrote down who we wanted. Now we're in a situation where it's distant and we've got to fill out ballots and send them in and so forth. So Madam Clerk, why don't you talk about what the ideal process is from your standpoint, and then we can comment and figure it out.
Good afternoon, Council. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This process has been revised because of the virtual meetings. We were passing out ballots at the beginning of the work sessions, and those ballots were completed by each council member. What's happened is that we don't have the luxury of being together and to pass out those individual ballots. So what has happened on the actual agenda items, you will see that there is a ballot included in the item number. For example, number 2, it was to fill a vacancy to the Carolina Theater Board of Trustees. You will see in your, on Granicus or the iLegislate app that the ballot is included. What I did last evening was send you an email so that you could summarize all of your selections in one email. The first time we had multiple ballots in conjunction with a virtual meeting, we had a lot of pieces of, or a lot of emails going back and forth for each board, and it just was very voluminous. So in an effort to streamline, I sent an email with all of the agenda item numbers that dealt with boards and committees, as well as the categories that were being requested. So the council, instead of having to scan your ballots and resend those to me, all you do is submit your selection or your nomination on that email for all of the different boards and committees, and then send that single email back to the clerk and copy Laverne Brooks on the email. It seems to cut down a lot of administrative, a lot of background work, like the scanning and then the printing, that sort of thing. So if anyone has a better idea of how to process the names, I'd be happy to take that into consideration. But to do the email seems to be the most efficient way for the clerk's office to summarize all of the nominations.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I think that works well. I think what we should talk about a little bit, Madam Clerk, is the timing. And so we all get the work session agenda several days before. Maybe, what would be a good day for you to send out that reminder email, Madam Clerk?
It's really up to council.
Could you send it out, say, the Monday before the work session?
We could do that if that's what you would prefer.
You might even remember that we are kind of forgetful people. And you might even do it twice, maybe the Monday before and the Wednesday before, or the Monday before and the Tuesday before, or something like that.
Okay.
I know that's kind of a pain, but I bet Laverne would rather have us do it well and right, and might be worth for her sending out a couple of emails to us.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
All right. Councilmember Freeman.
is there a way to do it so that it's actually online and just a click? Like how you would do a poll?
Like a Google form?
That could be simple enough.
Yeah, I'll ask the clerk to look into that and see if they think that that would be the easiest way to go. And they can let us know which of those two options is best.
Yeah, because the printing out and the signing and scanning with 12 different ones, I know I was definitely not like up for it.
Yeah, so just to be clear, the clerk is not asking us to print, scan, or do anything like that. All the clerk is asking us to do is send her back an email with our choices. So there's no...
If we're like for one, there's a few of these that I wanted to request to be re-advertised. How are we making that clear? Because if we're just voting, then I mean the person likely gets 4 votes and then that's it.
Yeah, I had the same concern, and I'm going to raise that. We can talk about that now. What I did was I simply put on there, I'd like to re-advertise. And so what I thought is we could, as a group, discuss that as we usually do. So if you get to one as we go down here that you think we ought to re-advertise, as we usually do, let's talk those through. I agree with you, that's a concern.
Okay.
Councilmember Caballero?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I sent my full ballot with all my choices last night, and I included city council only for that reason, so that folks could see as they were making their choices. You know, usually we turn them in and the ballot's the ballot, but just so folks could see where I wanted to re-advertise for that very reason. And I just used the city clerk's format and just put, I want to re-advertise this position in that stated slot. So, and then I saw your email for a few that you wanted to re-advertise as well.
Yes, thank you. Okay. So thank you. I appreciate that discussion. I'm going to go through these now, and if there's any that you want to re-advertise, that would be great. We can discuss those. Item 2, Carolina Theater of Durham Board of Trustees appointment.
Can we re-advertise that one?
Item 2, let's see. I thought this was a very well qualified applicant, and I felt that the balance of the Carolina Theater Board was pretty good. Are there reasons that you're concerned?
I just know I just noted that there was just one white woman and there's probably 3 or 4 already. There aren't any black males. There aren't well, there's one black male, I'm sorry. But I actually serve on that board and I would like to have it re-advertised.
Okay, we'll re-advertise that then. Item 3, Citizen Advisory Committee appointments. Item 4, Durham City County Environmental Affairs Board appointment. Item 5, Durham Homeless Services Advisory Committee appointment. I'd like to reappoint the person who's applied, but then re-advertise the second appointment. Anyone have any thoughts on that?
Mayor, I also think re-advertising that second position is a good idea.
Agreed.
All right, thank you. So, Madam Clerk, for number 5, we're going to re-advertise the second appointment.
Duly noted. Thank you.
Item 6, Durham Open Space and Trails Commission appointments. Again, I would like to re-advertise for the 3rd seat. How do people feel about that?
Yeah, there were 2 that were reapplying that were, yeah, I think that makes sense.
All right, others?
I agree.
I heard from Councilmember Freeman. Okay, it sounds like we are good. Madam Clerk, I'm sorry to make this hard for you. We have a lot of seats today. Item 6, we're going to re-advertise for the 3rd seat.
Okay, thank you.
Item 7, Durham Planning Commission appointment. Item 8, Durham Sports Commission reappointment. Item 9, Housing Appeals Board appointments. Item
Mr. Mayor.
10, yes.
I'd like to re-advertise for the tenant position for the Housing Appeals Board.
Okay. I thought we had some very well qualified candidates, but
There's only one candidate who applied for the tenant position, and she also applied for another board, which I
Yeah.
thought she would be better on the other one.
I see. Okay, why don't we see what the vote is on the other one, and then we can decide what happens with this one.
Sounds good.
So, Madam Clerk, let's see. Cassandra Stokes applied for 2 boards. And depending upon what happened on the other board, we may have to come back and re-advertise on item 9.
Okay, Mr. Mayor.
Item 10, Human Relations Commission appointments. Item 11, Mayor's Council for Women appointments. So, Madam Clerk, I think just to review, we're going to re-advertise item 2. We're going to re-advertise the second appointment on item 5. We're going to re-advertise the 3rd appointment in item 6. And we may re-advertise for one of the appointments on item 9.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, that's what I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Under Budget and Management Services Department, item 12, fiscal year 2020 budget and FY 21-26 capital improvement plan.
Mr. Mayor, I assume that would be on GBA.
Yes.
Thank you.
But we're going to be discussing, Mr. Manager, we'll be discussing as an item today, the loose ends, so we call them, on the budget.
Right, there is a discussion item later in the session, correct?
Yeah. Item 23, FFY 2019 and FFY 2020 FTA section. I'm sorry, I've jumped ahead of myself. No, I know, I'm sorry, I'm still reading budget items there. Okay, City Council's Office, item 13, resolution honoring Andrea Harris. And I want to ask Councilmember Freeman, I want to thank her for submitting this. Councilmember, would you like to read this on the following Monday night?
Yes, I didn't want to pull it. I just wanted to note if anyone had any additions, they can share those with me. And if there's
All right.
anything
Thank
else,
you.
just let me know.
Thank you. Item 14, Department of Community Development, rules and procedures for the affordable housing bonus. I've submitted a couple of questions about this, and about student certification and the level of regulation requirements and so forth. Did I receive Mr. Johnson, did you email me those and I missed them?
We were going to do it on follow-up, Mayor.
Okay, that's fine.
Answer, but I'll provide it to you on follow-up.
No problem.
So
Anyone have any?
are you pulling that item?
You can.
Okay.
Okay, item 14. Item 15, First Amendment to the North Carolina Coalition to End Homelessness, NCCEH contract to provide services for homelessness coordinated entry and homeless management information system planning and administration. Item 16, operational assistance contract with the Housing Authority of the City of Durham, DHA, for the DHA Downtown and Neighborhood Plan.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Manager.
there are a number of Housing Authority items that are in the agenda. I would suggest we go ahead and pull those. We do have a presentation coming from Mr. Anthony Scott, but I think it may be helpful to go ahead and just set those aside to be sure in case you have any follow-up questions after that presentation. So,
agreed, Mr. Manager. Thank you. So we'll pull item 16. Item 17, relocation assistance contract with the Housing Authority of the City of Durham, and we'll pull that in the same category. Department of Transportation, item 18, transfer of ownership of 2017 light transit vehicles from the City of Durham to the town of Chapel Hill. Item 19, under Department of Water Management, groundwater treatment plant, electric service agreement between Duke Energy Carolinas LLC and the City of Durham. I had asked Mr. Greeley for some comments on some energy efficiencies and so forth, which he provided as an attachment. I much appreciated those. Item 20, Western Union Payment Services Agreement. I don't want to pull it, but I do want to say what a fantastic service change. This is a great step forward for our cash paying customers who tend to be our unbanked customers. So bravo to the Water Department and the Finance Department. Finance Department, 21, Interlocal Cooperation Agreement for the collection of taxes between County of Wake and City of Durham. Under General Services, item 22, City of Durham and Southeast Sustainable Communities Program Grant Amended Grant Budget Ordinance. Item 23, contract with GDS Associates for the development of carbon neutrality and renewable energy action plan. And let me say, this is also very exciting, and congratulations to the staff for moving this forward. It looks really good. Item 24, contract with Rebuilding Together the Triangle Inc. for the Southeast Sustainable Communities Fund grant project. And I had submitted a question about that regarding working with the students at Southern and got an excellent response from that. Thank you to Gina. Item 25, design build services contract with Environmental Air Systems LLC for the Durham Performing Arts Center. Item 26, restrictive covenants for 505 West Chapel Hill Street. Very exciting to see this progress. Item 27, broker for benefits. I had pulled this item, so we'll come back to that. Item 28, fiscal year 2021, contract to fund economic development programs and services operated by Downtown Durham, Inc. using City of Durham grant funds. Item 29.
Mr. Mayor, excuse me.
Sure.
These two items also I think should be pulled. We do have a presentation, while not directly related to the items, they're in somewhat related. So I think I would suggest pull those two until after the presentation as well.
Great. So we'll hold those till after the DDI presentation. Item 28 and 29, which is fiscal year 2021 amendment to contract for city services and programs for the Downtown Durham Municipal Service District. Public Works Department, item 30, contract amendment number 1 for ST 288A Bridge Engineering Services for city maintained structures. Item 31, resolution to support the Upper Neuse River Basin Association UNRBA FY 2021 budget. Under Solid Waste Management Department, item 32, contract with Atlas Organics LLC for the management of the city-owned composting facilities. Another fabulous step forward. Item 33, contract with EcoFlow for the operation of the household hazardous waste facility. Under presentations, Department of Community Development, item 34, Housing Authority of the City of Durham. Police Department, 35, 2020 first quarter crime report. Yes, presentation today. These are all presentations. Item 36, FY 19 and 20 Downtown Durham Municipal Service District Presentation Annual Report. Under Public Hearing, City County Planning Department, item 37, Consolidated Land Use Item, NCCU Student Center Building. And colleagues, please note that these all have various different dates that we'll be hearing them. They're not all, usually, it's the following Monday, but if you check out each item, you'll see when they're scheduled for. Item 38, 505 West Chapel Hill Street. Item 39, Unified Development Ordinance Text Amendments, Omnibus Changes 14, TC 1900006. Item 40, Historic Properties Local Review Criteria Update. Item 41, Goodwin Crossing. Item 42, Hebron Village. Item 43, Unified Development Ordinance Text Amendment, Affordable Housing Dwelling Unit Definition, TC 1900005. Item 44, Consolidated Annexation South Mineral Springs and Pleasant. Item 45, Consolidated Annexation 1432 Ellis Road. Item 46, Committed Element Modification 1900 Hillendale. Under the Community Development Department, item 47, Approval of the Draft 2020-2025 Consolidated Plan 2021 Annual Action Plan. Supplemental items, Budget and Management Services Department. Item 48, FY 2021 City Council Budget Work Session Follow-Up, and that's a discussion. Office of Economic and Workforce Development, item 49, the Durham Small Business Recovery Fund, and this is also a discussion. Mr. Manager, the items that I have pulled are items 14, item 27, and then after the DHA discussion, items 16 and 17, and after the DDI discussion, items 28 and 29.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Manager, how would you like to proceed?
Well, I would suggest we first deal with the two pulled items that aren't associated with other presentations. And then as you've requested, we do have kind of 5 discussions / presentations related to the Housing Authority, the quarterly crime report, Downtown Durham, Inc., the Small Business Fund, and then the budget issues. My suggestion would be that in large part because we are expecting another large gathering downtown earlier this evening, that we let Chief Davis' presentation go first in the event that she has additional planning necessities, and then move to Nicole Thompson and the DDI. Similarly, if there's coordinating functions they have for that event this evening, I think it'd be good to move those along. And then the other 3 probably I would suggest go in then next with the Housing Authority, and then the other 2 would be your preference, either budget or the Small Business Loan Fund, whichever.
All righty, thank you, Mr. Manager. We'll do the items 14 and 27, followed by Chief Davis, then DDI, then DHA, Small Business Fund, and then budget. Everybody good?
Thank you.
Mayor, just real quick.
Sure.
One of the items in the budget and the work session follow-up memo to staff does relate to the police department's budget. Mr. Manager, are you going to be prepared to work with us in that conversation if I have additional questions at that time?
Yes, I think the budget staff will be able to answer any questions you have in that regard.
Fantastic. Thank you. Then I'm good with what you've put forward, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Council Member, for that. All right, folks, we're going to move along then in that order. And first up will be item 14, Councilmember Freeman. This is rules and procedures for the affordable housing bonus.
Thank you. I just really wanted to touch on, I appreciate the bonus setting forth language. I just wanted to find out really if there was going to be any income that would be, or any money that would be attached to this bonus, and like in regards to how we do. I know right now that planners or developers will submit, like, in lieu of doing the bonus, they'd rather do a payment. I mean, is there any calculations that are included in this? Because I didn't see it. If there are, and that's what I was kind of hoping to get a handle on.
Councilmember Reginald Johnson, Director of the Department of Community Development. Assistant Director Karen Lotto will be able to respond to your question.
Good afternoon, council member. There is no payment in lieu option associated with the density bonus. That is not something that is statutorily. We are exercising a provision in the charter that allows us to do the density bonus, but it does not allow us to do a payment in lieu.
Do you have any calculations that identifies just how much it costs to actually create a unit?
We have done that in the past. It all depends on which who you're trying to target with the unit, and what assumptions you make about how the overall project is being financed. Is there a particular is there a particular question that that we could try to answer for you? We can certainly follow up in writing.
I'm just trying to make sure that as we're setting up the criteria you're setting up is based on some numbers. And whatever those numbers are, whether they're an affordable housing rate based on income versus the cost of a unit, I was just hoping that there would be some cost conversation on this as well.
Well, the actual density affordable housing bonus is based on the charter provision, which allows us to provide a increase in density to developers that agreed to provide 15% of their units as affordable. So actually the analysis really came from the charter authority that we are working with. There was some discussion back when the bonus was being initially discussed around what is the appropriate level of affordability, but we're really having to sort of hang our hat from an authority perspective on what the charter allows us to do.
I'm not talking about what the developers would be allowed. I'm just talking about just the basic numbers.
But
like an actual
okay.
formula that is used. There isn't, you're saying there isn't one?
No, it's 15% of the units affordable at 60% of area median income for rental units and 80% of area median income for sale units.
Okay, and that doesn't shift based on cost at all?
No.
So if it's $1 million to develop this site and you're doing 15% of those units, it's the same as if you're doing a $6 million project and it's 15%.
This is a voluntary program. So it is the developer's discretion and decision whether to utilize the bonus. And they will do that based upon their analysis of whether the density that they are receiving offsets the cost of providing the affordable units.
Okay. And what I'm asking is community development even looking at how to help offset any of that cost?
The cost, the density bonus is based on the concept. It is a very substantial density bonus. It is based on the concept that the bonus itself, the increased density, is sufficient to offset the cost of the units. And if it isn't, then the developer will choose not to build the units.
And more often than not, in the past, that's what's happened is they've chosen not to use bonus. And you're trying to be more appealing. And what I'm saying is if it's to be even more appealing would be to figure out how to associate the resources around the cost as well as the density.
And that is something we could look at, but again, the question becomes, do we want to put, and this is the policy question for council to consider, do we want to put limited financial dollars towards creating 60% or 80% AMI units for a period of time in a market rate building, or do we want to try to pursue affordable units that may be either more affordable or lower income? It is a challenge for us to understand what the appropriate subsidy level would be, because every market rate building is different, and that is not our wheelhouse in terms of kind of financial modeling. We don't really have a deep understanding of market rate projects. So it would be complex, but certainly something we could explore. if council wanted us to do that.
I just wanted to, I appreciate that. That's kind of where I guess I need to kind of do some more research, and that recognizing that I'm trying to, on the fly, I'm trying to figure out if this is actually going to be beneficial post-COVID, recognizing that so many folks have lost their job. The folks who are going to be like there's dynamics in this that are not what we were thinking about when we initially started talking about these affordable housing density bonuses. And so noting that it's much easier to set up the market rate units or what have you from a planning perspective. The cases that I saw on the planning commission, it's much easier to just do it without it. And if we're not attaching some level of finance to this, I don't see how it becomes appealing to a market rate developer, and that's what I'm concerned about, because it's getting much harder. It's not as hard. It's not like prior to where we were in full throttle of building. It's kind of like you'll see very few very few new developments built, and then if they have a choice, they're going to choose not to do the affordable housing. That's what I'm getting at. So I appreciate the work on that. I just want to make sure that we're keeping in mind that things have shifted and things have changed, and we may need to revisit exactly how this package comes together before all of the land is developed, especially in our downtown core and surrounding suburban areas.
Thank you, council member. Ms. Lotto, I had a couple of questions I sent to Reginald, and maybe it'll save you all some time to, if I ask them now. The student certification, can you explain that? Certifying that the tenant is not a student? Is that what that is? Or what is the student certification? How does it work?
It is intended to distinguish between students who are dependent on other households' incomes, so essentially college students who may still be dependent on their parents' incomes, from students who may be, for example, older adults who are working, who are also students, to allow the latter group to be affordable housing tenants, but not the former group.
Neither should be.
Gotcha.
So that's the intention of that. And it's a fairly common practice in fact, it's usually a mandatory practice in affordable housing developments. And it's something that, given the population of Durham, we felt was important to carry over to the density bonus.
Thank you. Can I ask everybody who's not speaking to please mute? Thank you. My second question is about the level of regulation. It seems like a big requirement. I think this level of regulation is necessary. It also seems like a big requirement for the landlord to meet, and there are issues about enforcement and so forth. Is this modeled on a system that's working elsewhere?
So I would say pieces of it are modeled on different systems. So we looked at, for example, inclusionary zoning ordinances to try to figure out what definitions people were using for income, what definitions people were using in terms of how you set rent, for example. And what we realized was that a lot of communities were essentially defaulting to either HUD or low-income housing tax credit standards. So what we have tried to do is go through and take those standards and then really strip out the parts that seemed unnecessarily complicated. Like, for example, we are not requiring a utility allowance. You would normally require that as part of you would set a rent, but then you would lower the amount of rent you could charge based on the assumption around what tenants are going to have to pay for utilities. That can get complicated. So we chose not to require that for the density bonus. The principal thing that will be required is upfront, really the agreement around what are the units that must be provided, and both in terms of their size and their affordability level, and kind of executing that contract. And then from then on out, it really is income certifying the tenants. That is the primary requirement that the landlords will have on an ongoing basis. They need to be open to monitoring, but we will only monitor the affordable units, and we will essentially be coming in to ensure that they are appropriately income certifying the tenants and that the rents being charged are appropriate for the unit type.
I'm sorry, what is our stick?
Because this is done as a under the UDO, it is the stick that we have for enforcement of any kind of zoning related issues, and I would need to defer to the city attorneys for the specific on that.
Mr. Mayor.
Your Honor.
I'm sorry, I apologize. Mr. Young, thank you.
Yeah, just
Mayor, I'm
very
sorry.
quick.
Could we have staff kind of look at all the participants and go ahead and mute whichever microphone they see coming activity from? A little pulsing, because it's getting really a little distracting, trying to pay attention with that background noise. Sorry, sir.
No, I appreciate that. Please, if you're not speaking, please mute. Thank you very much, council member. Mr. Young.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council, Pat Young with the Planning Department. Just to emphasize what Ms. Lotto just said, in the UDO, we have the ability to send notices of violation and issue civil citations in the amount of up to $500 per day if there's non-compliance. So that's the enforcement mechanism.
Thank you very much. That's what I needed to hear. Thank you. Mr. Johnson, no reason to send me an email about those. They were answered. Thank you. Any more questions? Madam Mayor Pro Tem, did you also have a question? I thought I saw your hand earlier.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question was also about enforcement. It just seems difficult once we've allowed people to build additional units. Like, we can't really take them back. So yeah, I'm just wondering how we manage that.
Yeah. Ms. Lotto?
Yes, sir. I will note that we are requiring two things as part of this. One is the recording of a restrictive covenant on the property that requires the units to be provided as affordable. The second is a contract between the developer and the city that lays out the developer's commitment. But again, as you have indicated, the sort of, if we wind up with a non-compliant party, then we have the enforcement mechanisms that Mr. Young has outlined.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Ms. Lotto. We appreciate you all. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. All right, we're now going to move to our presentations, and we're going to begin with Chief Davis. Chief, welcome. We're glad to have you and looking forward to your report. Before you start.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir, Mr. Manager.
I thought item 27 was pulled.
It was. I'm sorry.
Do you still want that pulled, or?
I do.
Okay.
I do.
Could we handle that one? That's, I think we just had those two items that weren't related to presentations.
Yes, my fault. My fault. Thank you. Chief, I'll be with you in just a second. Apologies.
That's okay.
Item 27 was an item that I pulled. This is broker for benefits. My question very simply is that the vendor has 11 employees, no minority employees that I see. And I wanted to discuss with the vendor their hiring practices or hear from the staff about their hiring practices and their outreach to minority applicants and so forth. So.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Veronica Jackson. I am the Benefits Manager for the City of Durham. We have with us today John Gazarowski of IBA, who is our current broker and is also who we are recommending for our incumbent broker as well.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Welcome, Mr. Gazarovski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of City Council. The question is that we do have 11 employees and none being minorities. And is it okay to respond right now?
Absolutely, please do. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Often we actually, if we do have an opening, well, first of all, I want to let you know that when we first started Independent Benefit Advisors in 2005, we initially set up what we call the equality and diversity policy, as well as an equal opportunity statement. And I think you should have a copy of that. We follow that precisely. When we do go out and try to find an employee to fill a staff member, we normally use a service. And the service that we've mostly used was ZipRecruiters or Indeed. And we haven't had a need for hiring a person in over 5 years. But in the past, I think it's just timing right now, but in the past, we've had minority folks that were part of our staff, but eventually left for other reasons. And we also had an intern that emailed us that wanted to spend their summer on trying to understand the insurance industry. We reached out to that particular person, but apparently they were in Durham, but apparently they never gave it another opportunity for them to come over to us. I think it might have been because of the distance from Durham to Apex. And again, going back, one of the things that we're proud of is the minority and women-owned businesses that we actually are able to contract with. And all three of those businesses do offer services to the city of Durham. And those are the benefits enrollment technology that we have with Broker Builder Solution. We also use a women and minority group that does all of our graphic design to publish the benefit booklets that we actually produce for the city of Durham. And all of them, the printing that goes with those booklets, we also use a company called Zebra out of Durham. And all three of them are the minority and women-owned businesses. I can assure you that if an opening does come up, and we've actually offered, most of the time when we actually look at a position, it's positions that require a little bit of experience, some education, but not. I mean, we don't base it on education. We base it on experience, and we've actually reached out to women, minority women, to different health carriers, and often we get situations where we can't meet their monetary requirements, and or they select another brokerage firm to go with or a health insurance company. But I can assure you, we're always looking at folks to come into our organization to assist us going forward.
Mr. Gazarovski, thank you, and thank you for explaining about the minority and women contractors that you use. I appreciate hearing that. Did you say, when did you say you said you haven't hired anybody in 5 years? Did I hear that correctly?
Yes, I think it's been a little bit longer than 5 years.
Okay. Well, first of all, congratulations. That speaks well of you. It's very important to this council that our vendors are employing a diverse employment group, and that they're reaching out when they are hiring beyond the normal kinds of kind of general hiring organizations, the websites and so forth, because we know that that kind of special outreach is often necessary to get good minority candidates that I know you all want in your company. So what are the professions that are important for your company? What are the skills and the professions?
Great question. We start with our receptionist, and then we go into account management and account executives. Account management are folks that actually help manage and team up with the HR people at the City of Durham. And they're the ones that actually put together all of the proposals. When we send out a request for proposals, they have to actually look at the proposals. They have to evaluate the proposals, make the necessary comparisons, and evaluate the benefit plan designs, the actual costs, making certain that the contracts stipulate the exact amount of detail that the City of Durham or other accounts have purchased. So the account manager is a very comprehensive position. And in addition to myself, we have two other account managers that work a significant amount of time with the City of Durham, because you're one of our largest case that we have, and it takes a lot more maintenance and management to make sure that we fulfill all of our responsibilities.
Mr. Gazarovski, you don't have scientists. You have people who are in business, people who have business skills, correct?
That's correct.
So right here in Durham, we have North Carolina Central University, historically Black university. And there are many people there who have those business skills that you want. So I'm going to ask that the next time that you hire, that you make a special effort to reach out to North Carolina Central University for your candidates, and to other minority colleges and universities in your area. As you know, I mean, we have Shaw, we have St. Aug. You know these institutions, but since you're working here in Durham, especially North Carolina Central University, I want to ask you that the next time you recruit someone or have a position open, that you make that outreach.
Yes, sir. We actually did at one time. I knew a graduate in the law school over there, and this was about 9 years ago, asking her to help me to try to recruit some business people there.
Mr. Gazarovski, I want you to do it more systematically than that. There's a placement office at North Carolina Central. Shouldn't rely on somebody that you know. It should rely on you going to that placement office and finding the candidates you need. Other council members?
Mr. Mayor, I want to thank you for your question. That's usually the line of questions I ask. I try not to ask them when it's 50 employees or below, but I do appreciate the mayor making sure that it's clear for all of our staff. As you bring forward these contractors, this is important to most of us on this council, and it should be a part of your question or line of question as you're talking to vendors and contractors, because it's definitely going to be something that comes up for us at the council level if money is going towards these organizations or businesses. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right. Thank you, Mr. Gazarovski.
Yes, and thank you, and I'm very sensitive to this, and the promise I'll make to you is I will reach out to the North Carolina Central. Actually, we'll call them after this conversation and identify our potential needs going forward.
That'd be great. Thank you. We'll count on that. Thank you, Ms. Jackson.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Okay, Mr. Manager, thank you for reminding me we'd missed that item, and we'll now go to Chief Davis. And Chief, welcome. Glad to see you. And before you get started with your report, I just want to thank you for your leadership of the department over these past very, very difficult days. and for your strong statements deploring the racist murder of an innocent man by a police officer. I thought the statement you issued from Noble and your appearance on national television, you did a great job representing our city, representing your profession, and but also here at home, we know we're not out of the woods in terms of the demonstrations, and we are so lucky that we have powerful voices for change that are speaking up right now for the kind of change that we need in our society. And at the same time, those voices are peaceful voices. But we also know that without the right kind of police department and the right kind of police department leadership, that we would not be where we are in Durham. And we have been both fortunate, but also extremely well led, both our demonstrators and our police department. So Chief, I want to thank you, express my gratitude, and also express my appreciation of all the hard work and incredible dedication this is taking on the part of our police department. I mean, to be in the crucible as they are, and to remain calm and patient, and to manage the situation as they have I know how difficult it is, and yet they've done it, and I hope you will pass on to every one of them my appreciation and appreciation of the entire council. So good to see you, Chief, and welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. This has been a very, very trying and emotionally charged week, I think, for everybody. Anybody that's a human being would be impacted and affected in a most profound way as it relates to this incident. So not just this incident and others. So thank you for those remarks. We will continue to be committed to what image that I think we all want for Durham, is that this is a safe place to live. This is a place where there is obviously just a lot of pride. And I think every last one of you who have contributed in some way to help us facilitate peaceful protests here in Durham. It's not just the Durham Police Department, it's been a myriad of individuals who have been involved in that communication and that boots on the ground communication as well. And a lot of credit goes to some of our organizers who insisted on providing space and leading in a way that didn't create further harm to individuals that turned out and didn't rise to a level that the police department had to intervene. And we don't want to have to intervene. We've had these internal conversations, and I just thought this would be a good time for me to preface that to this group as well. Thank you all so much. So the first quarter report, our quarter covers the department's 5 performance measures: Part 1, violent crime; Part 1, property crime; clearance rates, response times to priority 1 calls, and staffing levels. I'll also discuss a little bit about the 2020 first quarter highlights. And as my operator is getting set up, I'll wait for the next slide, please. Am I able to pass it on to go to the next slide?
I think that can happen, Chief. Let's see if, I'm not sure who's operating the slides right now. Oh, there we go. Great.
Here we
Thank
go.
you.
Okay, there we go. I wanted to take just a minute just to let you know about a few of the personnel changes in the Durham Police Department. We had 2 vacancies for Deputy Chief. As you know, Chief Simbly and Chief Marsh retired earlier this year. And at this time, I want to announce that Deputy Chief Gregory Pickerel was promoted and is over investigative services. and Deputy Chief Sherry Montgomery was promoted and is over administrative services. Also, I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome Amanda Fitzpatrick, who is our new Public Affairs and Communications Manager. So I just wanted to give you an update on those personnel changes. Next slide, please.
Are we getting the next slide up? Looks like maybe we've lost our screen, Chief. Let's give our tech folks a second to get it back.
Okay.
Looks like the clerk is doing that. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Great, thank you. So beginning with reported Part 1 violent crime, homicides, rape, robbery, and aggravated assault increased by 24% in the first quarter of 2020 compared to the same period in 2019. It's the first 90 days of the year. There were 7 homicides in the first quarter of 2020 compared to 12 in the first quarter of 2019. Investigators have cleared 5 of these cases plus 1 homicide from 2019. The number of reported sexual assaults decreased by 15% during the first quarter. Approximately 1/4 of the rape cases reported during the first quarter happened in prior years. Robberies increased by 9% during the first quarter of 2020 compared to 2019. 75% of robberies were from persons. We experienced a trend of robberies from Hispanic victims, particularly in apartment complexes during these first 90 days. 36% of robberies from persons involved 1 or more Hispanic victims. So at that time, we increased our patrols in the areas that these incidents were occurring. We also communicated to the public in several complexes and held forums so that we could try to provide information for those residents to try to help prevent some of these incidents. Officers passed out crime prevention flyers in English and in Spanish, and information was provided to Spanish-speaking media. These incidents have decreased significantly. We were able to identify individuals that were responsible for several of these particular incidents and made arrests in that regard. 60% of the robberies in the first quarter involved a firearm. Approximately 1/3, 31% of aggravated assault incidents were domestic in nature.
Chief, can you hang on 1 second?
Sure.
Can we have the property crime slide up? Could we also have the, is there a slide right before that?
It should be. There we go. I'm sorry.
No worries. There we go. I just want to make sure we got to see that one too. Thank you. Go ahead, Chief. My fault.
That's all right. That's where we should be. Okay. The percentage of multi-victim firearm incidents increased during the first quarter of this year. 39% of all aggravated assaults during the first quarter were from multi-victim firearms. This was 31% during the first quarter of 2000. That was a comparison to the 31% during the first quarter of 2019. Our target is 30%. The last time our percentage was 30% or below was in the third quarter of 2014. So at least we got really close this time. Next slide, please. Part 1 property crime, which includes reported burglaries, larcenies, and motor vehicle thefts, increased by 24% during the first quarter of 2020 compared to the same period in 2019. There was a significant increase in the number of commercial burglaries, primarily to convenience stores, specialty stores, and restaurants. Reported residential burglaries were down by 14%, and we do believe that the pandemic had something to do with some of the shift in some of our crime during this period. Less burglaries, individuals being at home as opposed to being in retail stores and businesses. Reported residential burglaries were down at 14%. We continue to have an increase in burglaries to sheds and at construction sites. Most of the time in these incidents, it was tools that were mostly stolen. We've seen a decline in burglaries in April and May. Larcenies made up 63% of our Part 1 crimes compared to 61% in 2019. 40% of our larcenies were from vehicles and were thefts of motor vehicle parts. 1/3 of the larcenies were from shoplifting incidents. At least 44% of stolen vehicles were either left running or had keys in the vehicle. Approximately 3/4 of the reported stolen vehicles have been recovered. And that's indicative, especially during the first couple of months of the year when people are running cars and it's cold outside. We typically have upticks in that regard. Next slide, please. Our clearance rates, we compare departments' clearance rates to those of departments our size. As you can see, our clearance rates were better than the average for cities our size for homicides, robberies, burglaries, larcenies, and overall Part 1 property crime during the first quarter of 2020. We expect the clearance rates to improve as the year goes on as well. Just those 90 days doesn't really give us a good indication of what type of investigative progress we'll have during the course of the year. Next slide, please. So priority 1 calls, there were 2,158 priority 1 calls for service in the first quarter of 2020, which was a 19% increase from the 1,813 priority 1 calls during the same period in 2019. Our average response time was 5.93 minutes, which was slightly over our target response time of 5.8, but rather close. We answered 56.49% of the priority 1 calls in less than 5 minutes in the first quarter of 2020. This came very close to meeting our 57% target. In March, our average response time, and I think this had a lot to do with COVID-19, is 5.45 minutes. We had 535 priority 1 calls in March. Our average response time to priority 1 calls in April was even less, 4.48 minutes, which was a time that we have not seen, I don't think, in my time here or maybe ever. We had more priority 1 calls in April than March, but less traffic on the roads in April, of course. Next slide, please. Our sworn staffing was at 94% at the end of March 2020. Our non-sworn staffing was at 90% at the end of March 2020. 11 recruits graduated from our BLET 50 class during the first quarter of this year. We currently have 21 recruits in our Basic Law Enforcement Training Academy, number 51. This academy is scheduled to graduate this summer. We've hired 2 lateral recruits. These are individuals with prior experience from other agencies. Next slide. This is our U visa report. For the quarter, is not very much to report on, with the exception of the fact that we processed 48 U visa requests during the first quarter of 2020. 67% were approved. Next slide. 2 major issues impacted the first quarter: a massive malware attack on city computers and the COVID-19 pandemic. Through all of this, the Durham Police Department continued to respond to calls and provide service to our community. We found innovative ways to serve the community while keeping our employees safe as well. We continue to recruit new officers, but have found ways to do much of the process virtually. We conduct temperature checks when employees come to work, and we provide masks that are needed, personal protective equipment, and hand sanitizer at all entrances in it throughout the workspace. We also changed our 911 call response protocol to make it safer for employees and our residents. We provided information to the public, communicating in English and Spanish regarding our response to COVID-19, the orders that had been distributed to the public, the changes in the orders as well. Unfortunately, COVID-19 forced us to cancel several events in March, including National Honor Guard training. We plan to host here in the city of Durham and a Women in Law Enforcement open house, which was a recruiting initiative, and our Women's History Month luncheon for our employees. There were other highlights and various activities that are in the accompanying report that all of you have received, but that ends my report, and I am open to any questions that you may have.
Chief, thank you very much for that report. I'll first ask if there are questions or comments by council members, and Madam Clerk, maybe you could take down the slides so we could all be on the, thank you very much. There we go. Before we do that, I'm going to again ask our tech staff, Vivian, maybe you can help. Am I still too loud? Is my audio okay now? Apparently it must not be too loud because Vivian maybe can't hear me.
Well, this is Beverly. She did inform me that it was fine.
Thanks a lot, Bev.
Earlier.
Thank you, Beverly. Thank you, Vivian.
Okay, you're welcome.
I'm sorry, my tech savvy is not very savvy. I'm going to now ask for any questions or comments for the chief, council members. Councilmember Middleton.
Mr. Mayor, thank you so much. And thank you so much for capturing, I think, the sentiment and spirit of this city in terms of how we feel about Chief Davis's job and the remarkable job that protest leaders in our city have done. So I will not try and go in again. I've already expressed my appreciation to the chief, and thank you, Mayor, and I want to associate myself with your comments to her. Chief, I want to ask, we know we've been talking a lot about use of force in the country, and rightly so, in the wake of the George Floyd lynching, which we all witnessed in slow motion. Again, it has been intoned by one of my colleagues that our department does not use best practices when it comes to use of force. And I do not want my silence about it to in any way signal to the people of the city that I'm not interested in making sure that we are using best practices. And one, I want you to tell me this very directly. Is the Durham Police Department using currently best practices when it comes to use of force? And if not, why and what can we do to get there?
Well, I think that the Durham Police Department absolutely is using best practices as it relates to use of force. I think there are differing ways of articulating what those standards are. And I think this is a great time for us to even take a more surgical look at our policies and really just find out where the discrepancies or the contradictions are so that we can all establish some clarity as it relates to these different standards that we think are best practices in the department. So I'm open to that conversation, but I've looked at our policies and procedures, and there have been, several lists. And I believe some of the issue is that while we have standards in place, when a person looks for a particular policy, if they're looking for a particular issue that's covered in our policy and it's not in an index form, it doesn't mean that it's not there. It just lies in some policy that's titled something that that person is not referencing, if that makes sense.
It does, and I thank you for that. And I think it's important to be very clear to the people of this city who have put us here to make sure that those type of things are in place. And I want to just go on record that I spent a lot of time in my adult life working under the leadership of some amazing people in this city to reform this police department. And we know we've got more work to do, and you'd be the first to admit that, Chief. But I think it's important that the statement that we are not practicing best policies when it comes to the use of force needs to be challenged. And if it turns out to be true, then we need to get to work on making sure we are doing that. And I don't think there's a person on this council who would not be for making sure that's in place. But if that's not the case, then I think we need to stop saying it, or we need to clarify exactly what we mean when we say that. I think we owe that to the people of the city. I think we owe that to our employees who work in the police department. I think we owe it to all of us who work so hard to make this city all that it can be. So thank you for that. And I know you'll keep us posted. If there's work we need to do, we'll do it. So thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And if I may elaborate just a little bit further too, in no way are we so caught up about what our policies say that we aren't open to clarifying and even tweaking where we all might think that they need to be tweaked so that they can be clearer. And what I've done is I've basically provided sort of a cheat sheet for a lot of the issues that have been raised so that we could reference where that policy clearly deals with that particular issue. So I've worked with our police attorney on this as well. And we felt like we have captured some very critical issues, even issues right now that are before us, to make sure that our policies are best practices. I personally advocate for best practices because I know our policies in the Durham Police Department far exceed policies around the country. And that was part of my appeal to the nation, that we have standard best practices, national best practices, so that these issues can be covered, not just in our department here, what I'm doing here in Durham, but all across the country as well, as opposed to policies being treated like a smorgasbord and agencies are able to pick and choose. So I am certainly open to more conversation and dialogue and sharing the department's policies, and open to modifying or better clarifying for the public how they can find these policies that currently exist.
That's good to hear. Thank you, Chief. Mr. Mayor, that's all I have right now.
Thank you, Council Member. Councilmember Reese.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Chief Davis, it's great to see you today.
Thank you.
Managed to catch your spot on Good Morning America, always doing Durham proud. Appreciate all the work that you've done. I was, I think 3 of us were at the first of the Durham protests over the weekend, Saturday, maybe at different times, and I can just tell you that from my perspective, kind of in amongst the protesters, that the conduct of your officers, the strategy that you have put into effect for protecting the right of the people of this city to protest was exactly what I would want it to be. And so I just wanted to say thank you for that. I certainly felt protected, and I know the other protesters often remarked on it during the protest itself, and I think that's something we can be proud of. I want to ask about some of the specific numbers in your presentation, but I do want to follow up on Councilmember Middleton's excellent question about use of force policies. I know that earlier, I guess it was late, at some point over the weekend, we received an email from a community member who had gone to a website, I think it's 8cantwait.org, where they allow you to pull up from a menu the name of a city, and then it is doing some kind of has already done some kind of analysis in the background to match up a set of use of force practices with what is available, what the city has on record. And I forwarded that to you. And
I think Charlie's thinking right now and about what he wanted to say next. But while he's thinking, I would add that I also appreciate the work of the officers. And I just want to make sure that we're keeping in context and frame of mind how some of the folks in the community who are protesters and maybe rioters and looters, just making sure we're not alienating any one of those in our conversations in general, and just making sure that we note that people respond differently to grief, and whether it's violent or not, I think it's hard to cast judgment. I try my best not to, but I really do want to make sure that we're not trying to pit people and say how they should protest. I really want to steer away from that conversation. And beyond that, I don't have too many questions right now.
Thank you, Councilmember. Is Councilmember Reese back with us? We lost him for a minute there.
I think he may be calling back in.
Before he comes back, I'll ask, are there other council members who have comments or questions? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Chief, for being here. Just want to appreciate again your work and the work of your officers over the last few days of protests. We've seen in a lot of other cities how quickly things can escalate, and I'm glad we've been able to avoid those escalations here in Durham. So the policies, use of force policies that Councilmember Reese was referring to, the 8 can't wait policies that have been circulating throughout the country, which are based on some of the research that's been happening from police reform organizations around the country about best practices and use of force policies. The email that we received and the list of policies, I had a chance to review it, and they have ranked Durham as having 2 of the 8 policies that they deem best practices for use of force. Have you had a chance to review those policies, and do you have any thoughts on implementing those here in Durham, those changes?
I guess it depends on which 2 it is, or the ones that they say we don't have. And I think
there's 6 that they say we don't have. Now that Charlie's back, he can maybe give you a little bit more details. I don't have them in front of me. Charlie, do you want to take over?
Yeah, I'm really sorry about that. One of the problems with the world we're living in now is that we're all trying to be online at the same time. Yeah, I think probably for the purposes of this conversation, it might be better for rather than ask you specifically about the different standards, is just ask you to commit to getting more information to us about that particular set of standards. As I said, I sent it over the weekend. I'm happy to send it again. It's just that it's something that a lot of folks are asking us about specifically, and I want to make sure that we are responsive to that desire just to learn more about what our use of force practices actually are versus what a website I never heard about until 5 days ago says they are. And if there are areas where we can improve, I know that you and I share the same commitment to making sure that Durham remains as a place where our practices are best practices. And so that's, I guess, I didn't want to ask you to go through the list with us over this meeting today and figure out like where we were. All I wanted to do was say, this is out there, we're hearing about it. If you could help us understand where we actually are with respect to those standards, that would be great.
Absolutely, and I have that, and I will provide that for you. Thank you.
Fantastic, and I apologize for dropping off. If can I keep going, Mr. Mayor? Is that okay?
Absolutely, council member.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Okay, I want to talk a little bit about calls for service and response time. And with the caveat on all this data is that it's 1 quarter of data. And as you and I have discussed many times, this first 90-day report is the least informative in many ways because it is susceptible to the law of small numbers. Really, a 12-month look back is a much more valuable tool to use, but that's not where we are today. We're at the 90-day point, and traditionally we have compared these quarters to each other. And I think when we get to what I've seen so far, the first 5 months looks a lot better than the first 3 months in terms of where we are in crime in our community. But let's talk about the 90-day report. Specifically, I want to talk about domestic violence. We've read a lot during the COVID-19 pandemic about how the virus and the physical distancing required during this time to combat the novel coronavirus means that folks are trapped at home together, and I'm sure we're all experiencing that at some level or another, and that in abusive situations, that can be very, very dangerous for folks who are in those types of situations. And I just wanted to point to the data in your underlying report that suggests, as best I can tell, that violent crime related to domestic violence is up about 25% over the first quarter of last year. I wanted to ask you to comment on that. I know last year we instituted the lethality assessment program, which made, I thought, a huge difference in terms of the level of support that a first responder could provide to the alleged victim of domestic violence on scene to help create a safety plan for them. And I just wondered how the COVID-19 pandemic and the specific and this very kind of peculiar and unprecedented limitations that puts on folks, how that impacted the progress we were making last year.
I think it absolutely did impact it because just by nature of officers not having as much close contact with individuals, even though our response has been responding to the call after the incident has occurred, we haven't been able to do as much of that in your face sort of proactive training. We were even developing a Hispanic version of the lethality assessment brochures as well, so that our Hispanic community could be made aware of these various indicators as it relates to domestic violence, and also the help services that are available to everyone that might feel that they are trapped in a situation. So this has been a concern of ours because we did see a bit of an uptick. People were at home, people were not at work, more domestic violence in the daytime hours than in the evening time hours. And we just don't really know how much longer. And of course, we've seen a little bit of a decline in it, but we don't know how much longer this situation is going to go on. Of course, with the second phase of the stay-at-home orders being released, it might give people an opportunity to just have that air time, that get out of the house time. Even some of our domestic violence situations have not been between domestic partners. They have been between a son and a father, or a domestic partner and a child that was not a biological child. So we have seen those upticks, and it has been concerning, but we're trying to make sure that we use our lethality assessment protocols. But it's very awkward when you're standing at a distance, you're trying to get through the call as quickly as you can and provide that person a safe space and then move on.
No, I appreciate that. And I know that the folks that work at the Crisis Center are hard at work trying to figure out the best way to bridge that physical gap.
Yeah.
And just wanted to raise that issue with you because it's obviously something that's important to all of us. And hopefully the next set of data will help us kind of understand where we are. The next thing I wanted to talk about is response time. I think it's remarkable that in the first quarter of this year, calls for service are up almost 20%. That's a wow number, to be honest, and certainly reflected in the underlying crime statistics. But what's even more astonishing is that your average response time only went up about 3%. Can you help me understand how that's possible? Like, what is happening there? My mind is blown. What's up with that?
We're a little bit at a loss about it too. We saw where we were hit with the pandemic. We had You know, supplemental officers were available to work supplemental. We had better response times. We did respond more to just COVID-related calls initially. There were several COVID-related calls where people were just calling about individuals that were violating the stay-at-home orders. And even though those calls didn't require a lot of time and it freed up officers to go from call to call, they still were, you know, part of this total aggregate number of responses that we made for that period. We didn't see a significant decrease in activity as far as calls for service during that period, which was surprising. But with the additional type of calls that we received, it sort of balanced things out. But it is something that has been sort of kind of a phenomenon for us. We just couldn't really put our finger on it. But your observation was ours as well.
Well, good to know I'm in good company.
I have one theory about it. This could be totally off base, but might be interesting to look at. Is that even though we didn't have the stay-at-home order till the end of the month, the fact that we had the state emergency declaration and the local emergency declarations early in March, I wonder if the reduction in travel, you know, had already, general travel, Chief, had already maybe started at that point. I mean, I don't know if it had. By the end of March, of course, travel was down something like 40% in Durham. Mm-hmm. Just a theory that if, you know, maybe if you disaggregated that by month, you might see it down more in March. But as I say, that's just a theory.
Yeah.
But Councilmember Reese, I'm sorry, please go ahead.
No, that's okay. I appreciate any thoughts are welcome. It was such a strange outcome. I suspect you're right, Mr. Mayor. It has something to do with the changing nature of our community's activity during the COVID-19 pandemic, even in the absence of Durham's stay-at-home order. I certainly know our family's behavior changed right in the middle of that second week of March, and I know a lot of folks did as well. Next, I want to turn to the homicide rate during the first 3 months of the year. You know, I think comparing the increase in aggravated assault to the decrease in homicide is another real head scratcher. And I wonder if you have any thoughts about it. I mean, is it just that the number of homicides is always so low compared to, you know, the aggregate number of crimes that occur in any period of time that it's really hard to look at trends in that number? Or what do you think's happening there?
Well, you know, we did see a serious uptick in just aggravated assaults that involved multiple individuals. And we believe, and this is just a theory, that during a particular window during this virus, I think people felt that the police department was sort of at bay. We've had several conversations because, quite frankly, our officers were at bay to some degree. We had talked about, you know, making sure that we maintain visibility, but we didn't have that same level of community engagement, boots on the ground, talking to people, the kind of canvassing that we've had in the past where we spent a lot of time in the community because of the fear, not just precautions from the police department, but also from our community members as well as it relates to exposure. So there was a lot of caution. However, we had individuals that felt like it was open season to just do some arbitrary kind of drive-bys, and some of it didn't have any particular pattern to it. It was a very different period during a few of those weeks at the beginning of the year of aggravated assaults. I've said before that aggravated assaults sometimes contribute to our homicide rate in a sense that people have gotten lucky because they have definitely been the target of an aggravated assault. And, you know, we've been blessed that that individual didn't expire as a result of it.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't really, yeah, it's hard to draw some, again, it's the 90-day report. It's hard to draw a ton of trends here, but let's,
and the 90 days, to your point, it's really hard to draw trends. And I'm not saying that this isn't an important report, because it does provide information about those 90 days, but it's the 6 months that really help us to get a picture as it relates to trends and what we're working with, as opposed to the various variables that come into play during a pandemic, during a snapshot where a lot of really weird things were going on as it relates to movement and environment in the city.
No, and I absolutely, we're just going to have to take a look and see where we are in another month or so. And but I appreciate your thoughts on that. I wanted to call out one item from your larger report and then ask you to respond to a more general question. I just wanted to say that I always read the above and beyond section of your report. It's often one of the first things I go to, because I think during a time when a lot of news is bad, the above and beyond section of your quarterly report is always really inspiring. And I have talked about this officer before, but I will talk about him again because he was one of the officers of the month in the first quarter. Officer Wagstaff in Squad 2D. I just encourage people, if you want to pull that report, it's on pages 7 and 8 of the detailed report that the chief provides to us in our materials. It seems like every time you come to talk to us, Officer Wagstaff has found yet another way to excel in the service to our community. So if you would just pass along my thanks to him. The last question I wanted to ask, and it's pretty open-ended, but I think you deserve the opportunity to have an open-ended response to it. As you are well aware, many of the protests that have happened here in Durham and North Carolina, around the country, have called on elected officials like the 6 of us to reallocate government funding away from local police departments and to other types of government spending that can make communities safer in a way parallel to our law enforcement function. I know that it's likely that you have strong thoughts about that, and we're going to talk about your budget after you leave, which is awkward. So I wanted to give you an opportunity to spend just a minute or two to talk about your perspective on that question.
My perspective is that it is always my priority and my concern to ensure that the work that has been entrusted to me is played out in a way that the city of Durham can have victories, whatever that looks like, as it relates to everybody that's involved, the monies that are allocated. For me, it's about how do we achieve a victory? And, you know, fighting the various elements in our community and trying to suppress crime, we can only do it from one angle. And we do hope at some point that some of the other ills in our community, the social types of issues, are addressed. And I've said it over and over again, you know, it's hard to put police departments out of business because nobody's paying attention to the other things that can help stop crime. And that's not an indictment on this council, because this council has always been supportive of community and grassroots types of programs. But I would not ask for people if I didn't need people to respond to the 47% increase of aggravated assaults. If there were other types of interventions in place that could help us curtail some of the crime that we see, then the police department wouldn't have near as much response to certain communities that cry out for somebody to help intercept the bullets, to help intercept the drug dealing. And those emails come to me on a day-to-day basis. So I know our work is important in the community, and I know there's balance that needs to be there. I would love to be able to work closer with any other entities that could help us from a holistic standpoint, make our community a better place to live, work, and play. Quality of life issues, joblessness, education, you know, all of those things come into play when we're talking about crime as well. So, you know, that's my best answer, Councilmember Reese. I personally believe that our work is valuable. If I turn the lights out at police headquarters for 24 hours, we would have some problems in this city. So I know that our work is important, but I would love to see us reduce that 47% and I not have to come and ask for gang officers. My requests are only based on the empirical data that's in front of me, that this is happening and everybody is screaming at the police department to make it stop. And if there were other effective ways to make it stop, I am certainly open to that.
Thank you, Chief Davis, for that. I think that's obviously a critically important perspective as we talk about these issues. And we're, you know, bottom line, we get those emails too. Often right by the ones that say, you know, that they're outraged at the level of the budget of the police department, and we have to, it's our job to figure out what to do with that. And so I appreciate you sharing your perspective with us. And Mr. Mayor, I'll yield the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councilor Reese, for your line of inquiry. Chief, I have a question. A couple of members of the, well, one member of the media contacted me this morning about an incident last night in front of, I believe, police headquarters. Your officers had established a perimeter, and then at some point, a civilian car, personal vehicle, somehow was inside that perimeter and scared some folk pretty bad. There's some stuff floating around that the car was deliberately allowed in the perimeter to do harm to protesters. I know that there are people that plan on being in our streets tonight. Do you have any info on what exactly happened last night, and can you assure our public that they will continue to be protected as they exercise their constitutional rights this evening in our streets?
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, I think I can speak for all of the officers that have been out and working for the last 5 days about how appalled that we were that we got blamed for what happened last night, when our efforts and our strategic efforts over the last 5 days has been all about trying to keep our community safe and make sure that they had that open, safe space to be able to peacefully protest. Last night was the first night that we had a group of protesters that splintered off into 3 different locations. And what it required us to do, even though we followed and paid very close attention to the path of the group to ensure that the streets were open and blocked off for them to get to and from, we ended up having to take other vehicles and go out to the freeway and to some other locations in the city so that we could provide those other groups with that same level of safety. Somehow, we're still looking at footage, because when it happened, I was sitting in the command center, and I just want to let you know, everybody in the command center was screaming because we were trying to figure out where the car came from. And what happened is, we believe that the car came from one of the arterial streets, Hood Street, we think, and they're looking at footage to try to determine where it came from so that we can make sure that if our protesters decide to lay down in the street or whatever, we have all of the streets in the area surrounded. We basically had to move some resources around and had no idea that somebody would sneak around to Hood Street and get on the roadway. And when they realized that people were laying in the roadway, of course they turned around, but it scared everybody. The police department would never intentionally allow people to be hurt or harmed in the middle of a protest. I think we've been able to prove that, I mean, a lot of things happened that we didn't intervene in. And I think it was kind of disappointing that people thought that it was that something like that would intentionally happen. That would have been grave circumstances there. So, you know, we're still looking at it, and of course, the police precinct has 5 different areas that you can kind of get in and out of towards the main part of the front building. So we're basically going to be trying to shore up and even ask our organizers, who some have communicated with us, if this is where you plan, if you're going to do a maneuver on this particular street, or you want to lay in the street, let us know, because if something happens that we haven't been able to anticipate, we're not going to be able to protect you as much as we would like to. So I think some of the communication also would be helpful. But, you know, we're expecting protesters tonight too. And it is our intent to allow people to peacefully protest without those types of incidents from happening. And we are looking into it to try to see who this individual was that infiltrated the area.
Well, thank you so much for that, Chief. I can't tell you how much self-restraint I have to practice sometimes as I scroll through social media and want to insert myself into some of the conversations I see. But of course, if I do, it'll become a whole different conversation. But to see folk blatantly accusing our police department of trying to murder, some people went as far as saying they were trying to murder protesters and kill protesters. I just want this public to know, to a person on this council, and I think I'm not out of bounds by saying this, to a person on this council, if we had wind that there were any officers that were deliberately trying to hurt protesters, we would insist that those badges be made into a mural somewhere. So I just want to assure folk that we'll be taken to the streets tonight, that I think our record's been established. We welcome, this is Durham, we welcome free speech and protest in Durham. And I just wanted to give you an opportunity to address what happened and to give folk assurances that we're going to do everything we can in our power to look after them tonight. Thank
Absolutely.
you, Chief. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. Other colleagues? Questions or comments for the Chief? Anyone? All right, Chief, I do have one, I have a couple things. First of all, you all have proven to everyone that you're doing everything you can to protect our protesters and their right to protest. And I don't think there's any question about that. And I'm grateful for it. And you've really gone above and beyond. And I know it's put a lot of pressure on our police officers. And I know the hours, the long days, the trying to move around the city and in order to be able to protect the protesters, dealing with very difficult confrontations with both, sometimes with people who are protesting and also sometimes people who are mad that the protesters are out there. You know, blocking off a freeway is really hard. And please express our gratitude to the whole force for that. I just am so grateful. I know we all are.
Thank
And
you.
our city is, Chief, I don't know how much you get, but I get so many emails and communication from people saying how proud they are of our force. And you have overwhelming support for that, and I'm grateful.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
I do think that the aggravated assault number is very concerning. It's a big worry, and I'm looking forward to the longer term. I agree that, you know, one quarter is just a quarter. As Councilmember Reese was saying, he's absolutely right, as you were saying, Chief. But I am concerned, and I will be looking and hoping for better.
Yeah.
I want to just tell you and the council that President Obama sent out a communication to mayors yesterday, asking mayors to take a pledge that over the next 90 days, we would work with our police departments and communities to look at our use of force policy, similar to what we were talking about earlier, Chief.
Yes.
and to see what changes need to be made. He has recommended a 4-part process that includes review of the policies, engaging the community, reporting the findings back, and then reform. And asked that that be done in 90 days. And I'd signed that pledge. I will just tell you that it was such a, if you haven't seen any of the President Obama's messages for anyone here over the last week, I urge everyone to do so, and it'll show you what a president ought to be doing. But one of the things is that he did reach out to mayors and ask us to take this pledge, which I have done. And so I'll look forward, Chief, to thinking with you about our use of force policies and reviewing them. And as you say, sometimes it's a matter of just clarifying them for people, letting people know that I think what Councilmember Reese said earlier, there's a website. They don't really know much about Durham. They look at some words and they pick that out. On the other hand, we do need to really think about, are we doing what is really the best thing? Because we know we have the best chief, and we know that you are representing us in amazing ways, not only here in Durham, but nationally. And we want our use of force policies to be the absolute best model for the nation. And I think part of that isn't just in what the policies are, but the way in which they're expressed. Are they clear to people? Can we make a very clear statement to people about what those policies are, so that everybody knows this, everybody in the community, not just on the force, knows and understands them? So I did want to tell you that, Chief, and I know we're all looking forward to thinking together about our use of force policies over the next period of time.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Thank you, Council.
Thank you, Chief. We really appreciate you. We appreciate everything you do. You're a great leader. We're so lucky to have you. And we'll be talking again soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I want to thank you for sharing that you did sign that pledge.
Thank you, Councilmember. All right, I want to thank Chief Davis again, and now we're going to move on to the report from Downtown Durham, Inc. I hope that Nicole Thompson is with us, and I'm not sure which staff member is going to help us introduce.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Council. Summer Alston, Office of Economic and Workforce Development. Yes, you're correct. President and CEO of Downtown Durham Incorporated, Nicole Thompson, is with us today. We are before you as it relates specifically to an annual report for the Downtown Durham Business Improvement District that is required by North Carolina statute. And we understand that you all have already had a chance to review the presentation and the report. And so I believe the expectation based on time is that Nicole Thompson will introduce the item herself, make a few very brief remarks, and of course, entertain any questions you may have. Before I turn it over to Nicole, I just want to clarify if there are any questions for staff.
Thank you, Ms. Alston. It's good to see you.
Thank you, sir.
Are there questions for staff before we hear from Nicole Thompson? I don't think so. Summer, thank you. So we'll hear from Nicole.
Okay, thank you. Nicole?
Hi, everybody. Good evening. Afternoon, I guess. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Nicole. We're glad to see you.
Thank you. I can't start my video, so thankfully there's a picture there. So imagine that talking to you. I am not going to spend a lot of time because I only have a very short amount of time at the request of staff. So I don't want to spend time going through the presentation or the report. You all received that in your packet, and I'm more than happy to answer any questions that you might have. But I did want to do a couple of highlights. First and foremost, I do want to take the time to say just a few words, not only from myself personally, from the DDI staff, the DDI board, but also the downtown residents and businesses who have been extremely proud of the community of Durham and the love that we have all shown Durham during these very difficult times. And I include COVID and its difficulty, but certainly the terrible images that we have all witnessed and how that has, again, brought to the forefront an issue that really needs to be discussed. And in saying that, our true appreciation for the great work of Police Chief Davis and her team. I have been to and been downtown through all but one of the protests, and to witness her team and how they are working with the community to give them the space to mourn and to remember and to express that pain has been truly uplifting. And then a great shout out to the community that recognizes that in Durham we do things differently, and we say that quite a bit, but we truly do things differently. And I'm just proud that I'm a part and that I lead an organization that believes very strongly in that. But I did want to take the time to thank our community activists, our community leaders, our community, and our police chief and her team for how we have represented and how we show our sorrow for what has happened and how we are trying to rebuild. With that, just a couple of things, because I think I now only have like 2 minutes, but a couple of things that I did want to kind of highlight. And that's pretty much focusing on where we are today. I certainly could spend lots of time talking about the great things we've done in the past and what we've got planned for the future, and would be happy to answer any of those questions. But today, in light of where we are in downtown, restaurants closed, small businesses closed, struggling to get back on their feet because of COVID, a community that is hurting. There are things that I do want to bring to your attention that we are trying to address in downtown. First and foremost, I want to acknowledge the great work that our ambassadors have been doing. They remained essential employees. So as the city shut down, our 11 ambassadors remained on the street doing the work that they were hired to do. I'm happy to do that. We were able to offer them hazard pay so that they could continue to work. And they were the eyes and ears of downtown when other people were not downtown, as everyone was hunkering in place. They practiced and still practice social distancing, wearing masks and gloves, but they kept downtown beautiful and ready for when we started to come back. They interacted with the businesses that were open during curbside delivery. They reported the gathering of individuals over the limits that the city had put in place. So a constant communication with the police force on those issues. But always foremost, that we were keeping the downtown area clean, safe, and welcoming when people were ready to come back downtown. So I do want to take a moment to recognize that. They stepped in and helped the city when the city had its employees unable to come downtown. We stepped in and we took over all of the city, doing maintenance of common areas. So again, highlighting that great relationship that we continue to have with the city and with the different departments. I want to move on to, we have taken it upon ourselves to try to get relevant and accurate information into the hands of the public. Since this pandemic started, March 13th, we have sent out 74 emails. That list has grown from, or my email list has grown from about 200 to over 500. We're currently sitting at about 550 right now. And that email gets spread throughout the city and parts further. I've had people call me from Wilmington and other parts of the city. But our stance was, in order to work together, we needed to have the same information. And I appreciate all the resources that have been providing us information that we could then send out to the community. That information also highlighted the small businesses that were struggling with PPP applications, EIDL applications, unemployment questions, all of those kinds of issues that we were able to address and find them resources so that they could find the funding they needed, the questions that they needed. That was quite a big thing when we first started to deal with the unemployment issue, finding them an email that they could use in order to address very specific questions about, how do I get paid? How do I get through the system? What do I do? So we became a resource for those businesses and their employees. We have tried to continue to show that Durham has still got things happening through our virtual performances. We do a thing called From the Heart, where we continue to work with our local artists, and on one day a week, we have an hour-long performance by our local artists, music performance, to remind people that there are still artists and there are still musicians that are doing things in downtown, and we ask people to just turn that on and listen to it in the background. But it is a way to stay connected to our artist community, our buskers, who we would have on the street on a third Friday, but because we're not doing third Fridays, they continue to need funding and employment. We also, just to kind of wrap up very quickly, we are doing work around our small businesses. So early on, we did a little bit of seed money. We put some seed money, about $10,000, to seed the Feed Durham initiative, which is an initiative to get downtown restaurants to provide food for our health providers as a way to offset or to have an additional way of having income coming in by offering a large amount of food, meals to our healthcare workers. And we also did a small seed amount of money, about $6,000, to provide funding or meals to the EOC, Emergency Operations Center. And the point behind that was we were noticing that a lot of institutions are using our well-known businesses and not our smaller businesses. So that allowed us to allow businesses like Spanglish, Dames, and Bariqua Soul to participate and offer meals to EOC. The long-term hope of that is that when the city or people in that space need to do a catering event or a large event, they will reach back out to these downtown restaurants and have them do those events when we are no longer practicing social distancing. And when people come back downtown, they'll know that there are other restaurants in downtown. So all of these are looking for ways to, one, provide income, additional income into the restaurant, but also to start making some and creating some connection between our downtown restaurants and employees that are working in and around the downtown. Finally, I will end with the work that we've been doing around the outdoor dining. We continue to work very closely with city staff, the attorney's office, the planning department, the Department of Transportation. They have been great to work with in working on how we make outdoor dining work, recognizing that this will be all over the city, but there are some challenges given our small streets, street infrastructure, the small workspaces that we have for a lot of our restaurants, how that will work so that we can allow open dining, outdoor dining for those institutions so that they can start getting open and start making money, and that we protect them and get them hopefully as close to whole as possible over the next few months. And the final thing that I will mention is that we continue to work, and we are very interested in hearing what will happen with the Small Business Assistance Fund. We have had numerous conversations with a number of different entities and individuals and have provided our input and our guidance and our advice on ways that we think would be very beneficial. And we strongly recommend that any program be open to all throughout the city and the county, and that the criteria be as specific and clear and easy to follow as possible. That's all I think I have time to share. I probably went over. There is hours upon hours more that I could share, but I do appreciate the time, and I'm ready to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Nicole. We appreciate it. Thank you for that excellent report. I'll now ask if there are any questions or comments by members of the council. Questions or comments by members of the council? All right. Nicole, thank you. You got off easy today. We're glad to have you here. We very much appreciate your work.
Thank you, and thank you to the council. Thank you to City Manager. We look forward to continuing to work with you in the next year. Thanks again for the time.
Thank you so much, and we also look forward to it, and especially appreciate the work recently with our trying to figure out how to help our downtown businesses in this difficult time. Mr. Manager.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, there were two agenda items associated with the DDI. If there's any questions about those, we can answer them now, or otherwise we'll just move those to the consent agenda.
That's what I was anticipating, Mr. Manager. Unless there's objection, we'll move them to consent.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next item, colleagues, before we go to our next item is to hear from Mr. Scott from the Durham Housing Authority. But I realized that there were two things I meant to say during announcements, which I didn't. And so let me just let you know what they are, because they relate to future work of the council. One of them is, I sent you all an email today, as well as to staff, around that I had promised you all about the Affordable Housing Implementation Committee, the group that will advise and help oversee and provide transparency for and accountability for the money that we're spending, both for the Affordable Housing Bond, the dedicated funding source, and all of our housing funds. I've made a specific proposal to you all. It will not come as a surprise to any of you all. This is the proposal that we had talked about, several months ago, and prior to COVID, but I had held up on that after the various events that we've all been experiencing. I've now sent you the email, and I'm looking forward to talking about this and getting your approval of this plan so that we can move forward with bylaws and so forth. I'm going to ask that it be scheduled at one of our upcoming meetings soon. So I wanted to let you know that. The other thing I want to let you know is that another item that I had previously brought to the council, and a couple of you all have also been involved in, I want to bring back and get us moving on, is the resolution that we've discussed about reparations, and the work on getting our other communities involved with us in that work, around trying to make some change in federal reparations policy. So I want to let you know both of those are coming soon, as our policy requires that you hear about that now, so that it'll come to us at an upcoming meeting in the near future. All right, I wanted to say those two things, and now I'm going to ask for the report from the Durham Housing Authority. I see Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, Reginald Johnson, Director of the Department of Community Development. The presentation that you will hear is from Mr. Anthony Scott at the Durham Housing Authority. A lot has gone on since the passing of the bond referendum last fall. Of course, you have seen him several times as we have discussed McDougall Terrace. The point about this purpose of this presentation is to give a more comprehensive overview of the work that is going to be doing, that the Housing Authority will be doing as part of the bond referendum, as well as provide an update on McDougall Terrace. And so without any further ado, I turn it over to Anthony Scott, the President and CEO of Durham Housing Authority. Mr. Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Mayor, Madam Pro Tem, City Manager, and all city staff. Thank you for this opportunity to come before you today. Is someone going to bring up my presentation, please?
All of these things happen on a schedule. We're not always sure exactly what the schedule is, so let's hang on 1 second for our clerk to.
No problem.
Yeah.
What I'll cover is, as Mr. Johnson mentioned, providing an overview starting with McDougall Terrace, giving everyone an update on where we are there, and talk about the strategies we have around the preservation and expansion of affordable housing. So next 2 slides, please. All right, great. Next slide, please.
Madam Clerk, one more slide, please.
Looks like we are stuck. I will go ahead and proceed, and the slides can catch up, hopefully. So, great.
There we go. Thank you.
So McDougal Terrace, the emergency evacuation regarding the carbon monoxide concerns began on January 3rd, and we're happy to say that the last family member finally went back to McDougal on May 1st. The work that was completed included new heating systems, new venting, replacing gas stoves with electric stoves, electric upgrades, and environmental remediation. The total cost to date is $10.1 billion so far with that. Next slide, please. And that cost breakdown is as follows. For relocation costs, $5.3 million, repairs, $4.8 million. And to date, the sources of funding for that, we of course received a $1.4 million grant from the city, which will be focused on our electrical work, and a $3.2 million grant we've requested. Now, we haven't received this, but we requested this from HUD as an emergency capital fund grant that we are hoping that we will get. We do have a call tomorrow with the local HUD field office as well as the offices in Washington, D.C. to hopefully move this request forward. That leaves us with a balance of $5.5 million, and the remaining funds will have to come from the DHA Capital Funds Program. The impact of COVID-19, which began in March, we still had families, as we talked about earlier, up until May. The one major impact with COVID-19 is that the electrical conversion work that we were doing, which will allow us to switch from gas stoves to electric stoves, we decided to halt that work because it would require families to move out of their homes back into hotels for 3 to 5 days. But we decided, given the COVID-19 concerns, that it was wise for us to pause that, and so we put that on hold. We still have about 129 more units to go to convert from gas stoves to electric stoves. All of those 129 units, I should mention, though, are new stoves or stoves that have not had any reported issues for carbon monoxide. Next slide, please. I'd like to talk about RAD as a preservation of affordable housing strategy. RAD, as I've talked about over the years, allows us to convert our public housing funding, which, as you all are aware, is very unpredictable. It's up and down. You never know what you're going to get from one year to the next, and certainly that changes from one administration to the next, to a more stable platform, which would be to the Housing Choice Voucher funding. Those two programs are funded separately. The voucher program, our belief as housing authorities, our belief is because that is a private sector oriented program, it is typically funded at or near its full funding request. So housing authorities came together and said, we think it's important that we look at a new way to approach our public housing renovation and redevelopment, and that is to utilize the Housing Choice Voucher funding program. There's essentially a revenue neutral shift for HUD. In other words, the funding that we're currently getting for public housing under that program, as we convert units to the Housing Choice Voucher funding program, those funds would just switch from one program to the next. So essentially it's a revenue neutral program. Why then do you ask, aside from the ability to have more stable funding, would we look to that? It also allows us to be much more flexible and go after various sources of financing that housing authorities currently can't use under the public housing program. Some of the things that were built into the RAD law were built to be protections for residents. They're based on the history of some of the other programs that housing authorities have been made available, such as Hope 6. Built into the law of RAD, number one is that you have a one-for-one replacement of any housing. In other words, if you tear down a unit, you have to replace that unit going forward. You can't tear down a unit and decide not to replace it. not only is it a replacement of a unit one-to-one basis, but you have to replace the same bedroom sizes. So if I tear down a 2-bedroom unit, I have to replace it with another 2-bedroom unit. I can't replace it with a studio apartment, for example. You also have a first right of return. Any existing public housing resident who's in a unit at the time that we convert to RAD will be allowed as a first right of return to come back to any units that are built on that existing site. There's no rescreening, meaning that if you're a public housing resident today and we're converting to RAD, we do not rescreen you to see if you're eligible to be under that program. It is automatic that you are not screened coming back to or being part of the RAD program. And lastly, one of the key things is that the rents for those that are getting a income-based rent, your income-based rent will still be at 30% as it is now. It also allows a unique feature called a transfer of assistance. That means that we can transfer the subsidy from a unit on property A and convert that to a unit at property B. And I'll talk a little bit more about that as we talk about some of the other developments that are going on. Next slide, please. So we have definitely gone all in utilizing the RAD program. So over the course of the years, we're going to do a portfolio-wide RAD conversion. That is, all of our public housing communities will convert to the RAD program. Again, it allows that stability in funding, and it allows us to make sure that our RAD program, that our public housing will be more stably funded over the course of time. So one of the things that we're doing is that we have actually already converted some of our units to public housing. The the current Hope 6 deals, the Main Street townhouses, and Franklin Village, those properties that have public housing in them have already been converted under the RAD program, which means no real change for the resident that's there. It means that we simply get the we get the housing towards voucher funding instead of funding under the old public housing program. Edgemont Elms is another site that has been converted under that. And also Maureen and Daymar Court, Maureen Road and Daymar Court have also been converted. And these were the first sites that we actually did renovation work under. We started Daymar Court in January, Maureen Road in February of 2018. Both of those sites have now completed their construction. There are 102 units at Daymar Court, 224 units at Maureen Road, and those have now been completed their construction under the RAD program. Next slide, please. The broader strategy that we're pursuing, however, is the redevelopment of our public housing communities. We started in the downtown area. Those are properties with the highest value at the moment. And as you know, as supporters of this, that involves 5 sites that are owned by DHA or our nonprofit affiliate, Development Ventures, Inc., and 2 sites that are owned by the city of Durham. That dotted area that you see is our commitment that any housing that we're going to build, I talked about a transfer of assistance a little earlier, any housing that we're going to transfer, any units, I should say, that we're transferring to another site, will remain in downtown. We're not going to move them further out than the downtown outline that you see here. This allows us to make sure that we're keeping affordable units in the downtown area and they don't have the opportunity to move outside of the downtown area. So the people that are currently there can still enjoy the amenities and life that they're used to in being in downtown Durham. Next slide, please. The overall downtown development plan calls for 7 different sites, 5 of those that are directly owned by DHA, 2 of those owned by the city, and 1 site is actually owned by the county. This is the schedule that we produced well over a year ago. Currently, we are on track with this schedule. And the one thing I would like to point out, though, is that this is a 10-year plan. And the primary reason that this is a 10-year plan is because that column there that says 9%, that represents the 9% tax credit projects that we intend to go after. Because Durham is only allowed 1 in any given year, it means that 10 different 9% tax credit deals means that there's at least 10 years in which we're going to be looking to build those particular phases out. If that changes, which we hope that it does, and we're continuing to push the state to make it change, we could see that timeline change to be less than 10 years. What you see outlined in red are the sites that are being utilized under the housing bond that was passed in November. Next slide, please. This is the renderings that we have for all the sites at minimum, and they're built out. This is what those would look like. We fully expect, however, those designs to change for the better. That is, maybe more units or more amenities or more commercial retail, what have you. What we have in our DDMP is what we determine to be the minimum that we expect. Any of the work that we do and any developers that we bring in, we expect them to meet at least the minimum of what we have in the DDMP plan, but our hope is to see more. Next slide, please. The first of our DDMP plan is the J.J. Henderson Towers. That building is currently 178 units. It is occupied by primarily seniors. We are going to do a top-to-bottom renovation of that site. It is expected to close by the end of 2020. And the other site where you see J.J. Henderson new construction is a new construction building that will be put on that same physical site. Next slide, please. And this is an early rendering of what that property would look like. That's 80 additional units that will be added to that site. As you can see, 71 bedrooms, 10 two-bedroom units. We have already applied for tax credits on that. We did not receive the 9% tax credits on this site, but with additional support from the city, we've converted that from a 9% tax credit development to now a 4% tax credit development. And we are still on schedule to begin construction on that particular development by the end of 2020. Next slide, please. Next on our plans are the Oldham and Liberty site, total of 14 acres. It has at least 3 phases, probably 4. We've applied to 2 9% tax credit deals on that development. We, as I mentioned earlier, are only going to get one of those. We don't know if it's going to be the senior site or the family site. Either one we'll be happy with, and it will keep us on track with our schedule. If all goes well with that application process, we should be able to start construction on that in July of 2021, completing that by December of 2022. Next slide, please. The two applications that we put in is for one 72-unit building at a cost of about $16 million, and 2 an 80-unit building at a cost of about $17 million. Next slide. This is a site plan of the Oldham and Liberty development. The phase 1 and 2 that you see highlighted on the left of your screen is representing Elizabeth Commerce Street being the first one currently listed as building B, and then Elizabeth Street is building actually D and C. So hopefully we'll get one or the 2 of those will get funded this year, and we'll be able to stay on track with our development goals. This is indeed a preliminary site plan, so what you see today is going to change very likely. But this is the early planning for that, and over time, as we begin to take on additional phases, you'll see the site plan and ultimately the plan itself for those different phases to change and take shape. Next slide. One other development that we have that's doing a renovation is Laurel Oaks. That is a 30-unit building that is being renovated as we speak. That work started last month. The renovation cost is $1.6 million. That includes funding from the city of about $800,000, and DHA is contributing its own funds of about $800,000. This work we expect to be completed by September of this year. Next, please. I also wanted to talk a little bit about relocation, because with all of this work that we're talking about, with the exception of J.J. Henderson, which we're going to renovate with residents in place, similar to what we did with Maureen and Daymar. With Maureen Road and Daymar Court, we essentially allowed those units to become half full through attrition, and we had to relocate a few families. But we were able to do the renovation of both of those sites with residents in place. Essentially, we did half the work, completed it, then we moved people into those completed units, and we completed the other half of the work. The J.J. Henderson Towers will take a similar approach, so they'll probably do 1 or 2 floors at a time. And once those units are completely renovated, residents will then move into the newly renovated units and they move to the next series of floors. With our other sites, with Odom Towers, with Forest Hill Heights, those sites will see us having to go through an extensive relocation effort because we're going to be tearing down those buildings and building new developments there. We will engage a consultant to work with us to help place residents in other DHA properties. And in some instances, if necessary, we can offer them vouchers for temporary relocation. Once the work is complete, those residents will have an opportunity to move to any completed units that we have, or if they choose, they can stay in the units that they're currently in or will be in. So with that, I believe that's my last slide, and I will open it up for questions. Oh, got a couple other things. Just talking about going forward. Hoover Road and Cornwallis are getting new roofs. That work should be underway already. We are also going to engage in a portfolio-wide repair plan. We want to make sure that we are getting all of our units up to speed where they should be. Many of you may know that in December, I hired a new director of housing operations, Mr. Manuel Foster out of Newark Housing Authority, actually. And he had a trial by fire in terrorist emergency, but now we are laser focused on being able to do a plan for going through each of our properties, basically unit by unit, coming up with a repair plan and making sure that we can get those properties in as best a shape as possible. Similarly, with we do with Harris, although we talked about everyone is back at home and with the exception of the electrical work, what we're going to be focused on is taking care of the other repairs that were needed in Medula Terrace. We primarily focus on the health and safety issues. And now we are to develop a plan. We had originally planned on doing that within 90 days of people moving back. COVID-19 has put a severe hamper for us on doing that because we are only doing emergency or urgent repairs currently. We're not doing more routine repairs. That's going to change as we continue to develop our PPE guidelines for how we can do ongoing repairs. So that's the work that we're dealing with right now. Once that's complete, we get those protocols in place, we will begin to do work on Medula as well as the rest of our portfolio to get our units in tip-top shape. And that includes, as you see here, this portfolio-wide effort, Oxford Manor, Cornwallis, Scattered Sites, and Club Boulevard. And I should mention, it's not just about repairs that we're talking about. We're looking at our long-range planning in terms of how do we begin to do the redevelopment efforts for those additional sites as well. So I believe that is, in fact, my last slide. So I'll open up for questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Scott. We appreciate a very comprehensive report and are grateful to you for all that you're doing. Let me first ask if my colleagues have questions or comments for Mr. Scott. Anyone want to start? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Scott, for being here. This report's really helpful. It's been good in the DHA meetings also to see all the progress that's been happening on doing the RAD conversions. I just had a couple questions or thoughts on the Oldham Liberty preliminary site plan. I noticed that y'all, and I know this is early in the process, but that y'all had planned on separating the market rate units from the affordable units and the senior units in different buildings. Can you talk a little bit about that choice?
Well, actually, there's a wide range of incomes in both sides. So they go from 30% below all the way up to 80%. So it's 30% cohort. There's a up to 60% cohort and up to 80% cohort. So that's what will be in both the Elizabeth Street site as well as the Commerce Street site.
And then the market rate, but the market rate buildings are all market rate.
No, that was the initial plan that came from our developers, but we sat down with them and said that going forward, we want to see the market rate mixed in all of our developments going forward. That was original plan that we had going forward. We're going to continue to carry that through, but these first two phases are 80% mixed and below. But the remaining, when we talk about market rate, it'll be market rate as well as others.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I think that that's the way I would want to go. So I appreciate that, Shane.
Absolutely.
Could you talk a little bit about where y'all are at with handling your eviction rate and what your plans are for when you're allowed to resume evictions when that moratorium expires?
The moratorium that was issued by HUD expires in July, I believe it's July 24th. And what that moratorium does is it doesn't allow housing, well, I should be more specific. It talks about that housing authorities are expected to collect rent, even though there's been this moratorium on evictions. And this goes back to the policy that we had going back last summer, or something before last, where we said that we are working with all of our residents. If you are having problems paying your rent, then we will work on do a rent agreement with you, so we make sure we do not have to file. We have continued to encourage our residents to set up those agreements with the housing authority so that we don't need to go through the process of filing for eviction if you're unable to pay. If the resident has refused to engage with us, then we have to go forward and go and do the eviction process. What we've seen, and I did not get the latest statistics. I meant to do that and forgot, but I know that around January or December, I think we had about 120 or so families that had gone into payment agreements with us. Not one of them had gone back on that payment agreement, and all of them stayed within good standing as a result of that. So we think that policy change that we made a couple of summers ago is the right way to go. It provides the housing authority the means it needs to make sure that these families can stay in their housing, as well as the means for the families themselves to come to us, let us know they're having problems paying rent. If you are dealing with the issue of criminal intent, we will evict you. And the moratorium that HUD issued excludes any resident that is having criminal issues in which we have the ability to evict. Now, obviously, that is subject to whatever the courts are doing, but in terms of the authorization that housing authorities have, if there is a criminal intent going on, we will still move forward with eviction. But for lack of payment, we simply will work out something with that resident who is having problems paying their rent. That includes relationships with the Department of Social Services, and we're working on something with Alliance as well, and we think that that's the right way to go.
Great, thank you so much. So you're not anticipating, I mean, one of the things I'm worried about in the private market is that when this eviction moratorium is over, a lot of people who haven't been able to afford to pay their rent, who are still not able to afford to pay their rent, are going to be evicted. You're not anticipating having that issue come up in your properties?
Well, what we'll do is for any who have not, and we're reaching out constantly to families to see if you're having problems paying your rent, particularly if it's a COVID-related issue, then we want to do an agreement with you. Even when the moratorium ends, we're not changing our policy on coming before us and working out an agreement with us so that we can avoid going through with an eviction process.
Great, thank you. This is what we want, so I'm glad that you're doing it. I think that all of the policy changes that went into effect as a result of the pandemic are going to expire before the economic impact of the pandemic it's far from over. I don't think we've even felt the majority of it. So I'm glad that folks that live in DHA properties are going to continue to have a variety of options, and we're going to just have to work through it as it comes. But thank you for being proactive and for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Caballero.
Thank you. Hi, Anthony. It's good to see you. Thanks for joining us today. It was a great presentation, provided a lot of really great information. I had a follow-up question. So July, the moratorium ends by HUD policy, but do you as an individual housing authority, could you extend that on your own, that moratorium, or is that something that you're barred from doing?
It is. Well, that's a good question. I'm not sure if we're barred from doing it, but again, we feel that the policy we have in place does not make a moratorium necessary, because effectively what we're saying is if you're having problems paying your rent, we'll work out something with you so that you can, in fact, avoid eviction proceedings altogether, which is really the goal. We do have an obligation to collect rent. That is something that we're monitored on by HUD on a monthly basis. And so part of the thing that we need people to understand is that we have separate reporting that goes on with HUD. They look at evictions, they look at vacancies, they look at work orders, they look at all those things. And they are already asking us about what's happening with your rental collection. And so we explain to them what we're doing, how we're handling this process. And so that's what we think is a better policy than a moratorium, because the point that Mayor Pro Tem Johnson just mentioned is that what you don't want to have is you do a moratorium, folks don't pay rent. When the moratorium ends, then what happens? You still have this buildup of rent that's owed, and then how do you then solve for that problem? The process that we have in place avoids you ever getting to that point to begin with.
Thank you for that. I have a couple, just to continue on that. I guess what my concern is, if we have had folks who have been unemployed for several months, even if they got a stimulus check, which we know some folks did not get, it was not a lot. So at a certain point, the amount of income coming in may not be enough to cover. And what are the policies for how much time do people have to pay back rent? Is it actually something that's manageable for folks? And happy to get an email about that, but I just want to know more, because my concern, and I'm hearing this from a lot of people, is if you've got 3 and 4 months of backed up rent and you still don't have enough income coming in, and if we're not really going to work with people in a very detailed way, there's not enough coming in to help it anyway, if I'm making myself clear.
You are. There are 2 things I'll make that we can avoid the email. One is that remember that Durham public housing is income-based rent. So if your rent goes down, your rent payment goes down.
Thank you.
The other thing is that we absolutely work out payment agreements that are reasonable based on what the person's ability to pay is.
I appreciate that clarification.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Council Member. Councilmember Reese, then Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon, Anthony. How are you today?
I'm well, sir. Thank you.
Great to see you. It's a good presentation. It's good to get an update on where we are. The people of this city made a pretty strong commitment to the Durham Housing Authority this last fall. And I want to say that I am glad to see the work of the Housing Authority to live up to their end of that commitment continue even in these really difficult times of our global pandemic. So thank you for the presentation. I had I have a question and more of a comment. My question is about the relocation program. In your presentation, you indicated that residents will be relocated to other DHA properties or potentially receive vouchers for temporary relocation. Can you talk a little bit about what that voucher looks like? And please reassure me that it's not the same kind of voucher that current voucher holders are finding impossible to spend in Durham right now.
Unfortunately, it is that same voucher. It's the housing choice voucher, the only vouchers that we have. And that's one of those things where a person would have to want to use a voucher. And obviously, they have to find housing with that voucher. They wouldn't have to move until they actually found a place to live. But it is the same housing choice voucher that they would be able to use. I'm sorry, the first part of your question?
No. I just want to be clear then. Is it possible that residents who are being relocated might not have another DHA property they can go to as a result of a capacity problem and will be forced to leave holding one of those vouchers?
No, they won't be forced to leave holding a voucher. And yes, it's always possible. I can't sit here and say it's not possible. But one of the things that we do is we start to do a holding of some of our units to have them vacant so that there will be places for people to move to. So for the different sites that we have, we hold vacancies so we can make sure residents will have units to move to under this process. There's a special process you go through for it, but basically you're allowed to do that, and those vacancies don't count against you. When I first came here, the Housing Authority had some sort of freeze because they were looking to do renovation and they were looking to do some of that. Now that we've changed our program a bit, we're still going to use the same strategy, but the option of a voucher is something that's there. It's not something that people are going to be forced to take.
Okay, great. I appreciate that. If there are capacity constraints, and in any event, I know you're going to keep in touch with us as that goes forward. And if you run into problems like that, I hope you'll let us know well in advance so that we can help craft a solution. Because that's the piece of this that I heard, believe it or not, a ton of concern about last fall when people were talking about the bond was, where are people going to live while they're rebuilding these communities? And the first part of that answer is, in many places we're going to build in place, so people won't have to leave until their new home is ready. But in other situations, they will have to relocate. And the commitment that I think the city has made is that those folks will have a place to live, and giving them a voucher and sending them to the private market doesn't live up to that commitment. I'm glad to hear you telling me that that's not going to happen, but let's keep in touch, because
Absolutely.
I think the city needs to be ready to stand in the breach and support those folks if it does become a necessity.
Right. And I just want to add one more piece to that. Is when I talked about the transfer of assistance, it also gives us the ability to have quote unquote sort of instant units, if you will. So we're transferring 21 units from the Odom and Liberty site to the Willis Street apartments. So those are going to be 21 units available in that development is being built by someone else. And it gives us the ability to kind of lessen that burden around where do we create these replacement units. So it's not necessarily 100% needing to be us, but as we find interested partners, they can assist in that relocation effort as well.
That's great. The last thing I wanted to say is more of a comment, and you may want to respond to it or not. That's up to you. I appreciate the questions that my two colleagues answered, and I appreciate your service. But if we come out of this pandemic and we see the same levels of DHA eviction filings that we have seen in years past, I will tell you that my personal commitment to making sure that the RAD conversion process that the bond supports goes forward will be tested. Each of those projects comes before us individually for bond funding, and that's going to be a factor for me. There's a tension there, though, because as frustrated as I might be with the number of eviction filings that you have, the housing still needs to get built. I don't know how to resolve that tension, but I'm just telling you, this is something that I want to make sure has your personal attention once it becomes possible to have eviction filings. I know you and your staff understand that this is a priority for us, but I'm just telling you personally as a member of this council that's going to be a huge deal for me. So I hope you'll keep that in mind. Thank you. And that's all I have, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Anthony.
Thank you. If I could just make one comment regarding that, and I would just ask that all members of council, all the advocates for our residents in terms of the eviction filings, and this was something that I asked a group that was calling for a moratorium, back at the beginning of the year. And I asked a question. I said, will you commit to helping spread the word that we need you to come to the Housing Authority to work out agreement? It allows us, from the standpoint of reporting to HUD, to show that we have an agreement to have that rent paid. So the advocacy around the moratorium is just as critical to provide it for the residents, to let them know that you can come to the Housing Authority if you're having problems paying rent, and we can avoid the eviction filing process altogether. But if people are not responsive to the Housing Authority, then we need to take the appropriate action, or else we end up having problems on the back end dealing with HUD. So that's my only response. My commitment is never to evict someone because they have an inability to pay rent.
Thank you, council member, and thank you, Mr. Scott. Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you. I appreciate the questions of my council colleagues prior, and I appreciate the responses that Anthony Scott has given. I just wanted to touch in and say that I'm really looking forward to our joint city DHA housing meeting, and I'm hoping that I'll at least be on an annual basis so that we can actually touch base, because I'm concerned about waiting for projects to come forward. But I just wanted to touch on, there were two things. On the soft side of this transfer, you're putting out a contract for partners. Is that process already laid out, or is this something that you're just kind of getting together? Like, where are you in that?
We're hoping to be a little further along in that, but given the COVID-19 concerns, we decided to pause and just kind of take a look at what's happening in the market. And that is, let me just clarify, you're talking about the request for proposals for development partners for the rest of our portfolio?
Yes.
Yes. So the intent was that we were looking to do that by no later than March of this year. But when COVID-19 hit, we were very concerned about where things were and how people would look at this. So we have paused for now. We're now taking a look at that, trying to take a test of the market to see where things are. But we will probably be looking to put out that RFP before the end of summer.
And I just want to make sure that I'm noting that I have my own feelings about the moratorium conversation, but I really want to make sure that we're keyed into the fact that the people that live in this housing are people that we, they're our neighbors, and how we engage and make sure that their needs are met is important. But it's also important to make sure that the opportunities are available, because it's, DHA housing forever is just not really, I don't think that's what they want. And so just noting that that's exactly why I think it's important to make sure that there's resources available. I'm hoping that you're partnering with the Office of Economic and Workforce Development, I'm being facetious, but around making sure that those opportunities are clearly aligned and spelled out for your residents. And I'll continue to keep watching there.
Right, and I didn't talk about this in this presentation. I just kind of referenced it in the first and second slide, that, as you know, we have a whole prosperity plan built into this overall, with a 30% goal for both contracting and hiring. And the current developers that we have on board have already signed on to that as a part of what they do moving forward.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I want to thank each and every one of my colleagues whose insightful line of inquiry basically eviscerated most of my questions. So I have, that's a good thing. So just a comment and just a quick question. Anthony, good to see you, man. Always good to see you.
Thank you. You as well.
The great black bard Biggie Smalls has a line in one of his songs that says, "My whole crew is lounging, celebrate every day, no more public housing." And it's a funny line, but it's painful, because the line indicates how resolved we are that public housing can't be a place of decency, where folk can build a life. It's someplace to escape from, rather than make a home or create memories in. And as a product of public housing, I wish that I had leadership and focused conscientious as you during those times when I was growing up in public housing, when during that time I can appreciate what Biggie Smalls was talking about. So I know it's been a tough ride. I think the ironic thing is you're the leader that actually took these matters as serious as they needed to be taken. And some folk have said, well, we need to get rid of the leader who's finally treated these issues with the attention that they deserve to be treated, and that predate you about 50, 60, 70 years. So I want to thank you for the heart, for the spirit that you brought to this work. The technical competency, of course, is there, but I think you've brought a spirit and a heart and a genuine purpose to this work. So I'm going to thank you for that as an alum of public housing. You can create memories there, and they should be places of decency and respect and home, where you can call home. I also just want to remind folks that are engaged in this debate that focusing on housing, decent housing, and even evictions. Eviction is tied directly to income. So we can't just talk about housing without talking about things like jobs as well, or universal basic income, or reparations. And we can't just get caught up in making sure the places look nice and there's fresh paint and good appliances, and we want to stop evictions. The best way to stop evictions is to make sure we do what we need to do with intentionality to raise income and to make sure incomes are steady, which means that we might have to make some, raise our flag and plant our flag and draw some lines as to what we will and won't accept in terms of job creation in our city. And insisting, like Maynard Jackson did in Atlanta. I know there's a different kind of legal situation here, but be as bold as Maynard Jackson was in Atlanta in insisting that our people are able to participate, so they won't need to work out eviction diversion programs. They'll have the money. Tupac said, "I love paying rent when the rent's due." Everybody talks about that thug mentality, but even he wants to pay bills on time, wants to have the ability to pay bills. So while we talk about housing, let us remember that paychecks and income are important as well, not just a nice place, a place that's aesthetically pleasing. That goes for public housing as well. My question is about the right of first return, and I'm glad you mentioned it. That RAD dictates it, but let's be honest. Many of us have been hurt before, and there are folk in the city who just don't trust us that we're not going to displace folk. And no matter how much we talk about the right of first return and you're guaranteed to return, there's some things that can happen in the interim when folk are temporarily displaced. So I want to ask about our tracking, how robust our tracking systems are for folk that may move while their unit is being rebuilt. There are things that occur, natural attrition, folk die, folk move, folk decide that they don't want to return. I like it where I am now. But I've spoken to folk over the years in different cities in public housing that when their new unit was ready, nobody told them. They just kind of they fell through the cracks and got lost in the system. They moved them somewhere else. They built a shiny new complex, and they started the process of bringing people in and screening people for that complex, and folk just fell through the cracks. So I want to ask you, how robust are tracking and information sharing? How well will we be keeping in touch with folk who may be displaced to let them know when the project is finished, that if they haven't moved out of town, if they haven't passed away, if they haven't, just decided I want to stay here, that your unit is ready and we will get you back there if you want, rather than let folks fall through the cracks, if that makes sense.
It does, and I think a lot of what you're referring to is a big issue under the Hope 6 program. Those things that I talked about with RAD, where I said it requires this, it requires that, it's actually built into the law. And it wasn't part of the law, it wasn't part of the Hope 6 program. Essentially with RAD, and a lot of people don't know that RAD is actually a program that was created and championed by housing authorities. And they lobbied for years to try to get something that made sense for how we could improve our public housing communities, learning those lessons from the past with Hope 6. And so that's built into the law. We're required to track those families and have them come back. They can't be out for more than 24 months. And we have to, and we're required to track them. If we are not, HUD does not allow us to move forward. So you don't get to open that nice, shiny new building unless you are accounting for those residents that were a part of that building from the beginning. So it's a lot of things that are built into the law of the program that didn't exist before, based on some of those really, really harsh lessons learned going back to 1996 when the Atlanta Housing Authority started what became the Hope 6 program, all the way up into choice neighborhoods into what we have now as RAD. So we'll be definitely tracking those. And you think about, we've gone through RAD already with Maureen and Daymar, so we had to move, I think, about 10 families, I should say, between those two sites that moved to other places. Now they're moving back to the completed units, and we definitely have to track those folks. As long as they're a DHA resident, it's easy to track them. because they're either going to be, in another public housing unit, or in rare cases they might select a voucher, but they're going to be in a DHA program where we can track them. Now, if they choose to move out of public housing entirely, that is, that they are no longer in public housing or no longer part of the voucher program, that's different. But then they're not part of the DHA family to begin with.
Well, thank you so much for that. I wanted to give you an opportunity to say that on record. I think it's important because I want the folk that are watching that have concerns about displacement that they're not hallucinating, and that their fears are not unfounded, and that there's a real historical precedent for they're not being, paranoid. There's real factual and historical reason for us to be cautious and concerned. We've been hurt before, but I wanted to give you an opportunity to state that without ambiguity on record that we will not allow that, not on this watch, to happen to folk. So that's all I have. Thank you so much, Mr. Scott. Keep up the great work. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Council Member. Mr. Scott, for Damar Court and Maureen Road, have you all realized developer fees?
We have not. Even though the construction is finished, we haven't technically completed all the steps that will allow us to close out the project, if you will.
Can you give me an estimate of what those developer fees will be?
I believe those developer fees in total will be at or around $1 million, but that is still very preliminary because we've had construction delays. As those delays occur, we as a developer are responsible for those overruns and costs. And so our developer fee will be going towards those overruns and costs.
Well, I am looking forward to you all receiving those developer fees. I know you are too. And
not as much as we are.
I know that, but that's great. I mean, I think this is the future of DHA. Developers realizing developer fees, plowing them back into the ability to redevelop. And so I'm really glad to hear this. One of the things that you didn't mention, property that is in the hands of the Housing Authority, is Fayette Place. And you and I have had discussions last week about Fayette Place. And can you talk a little bit about your thinking there? It's not in the first phase of the bond. We have heard from our friends at Durham Can about a planning process, and that you and I both said that we would participate in. Can you just speak some about Fayette Place and your thoughts about it going forward?
Sure. Well, as we both had committed, we expected to have a planning process begun within the first 6 months of the year. Obviously, we had Dual Terrace to deal with, and then overlaying that, we had the COVID-19 situation that's pushed a lot of things back. When you look at what we have in the DDMP plan, we have what I like to say is the floor. And that's true with all of those plans, right? So it calls for over 500 units of housing, 20,000 or so square foot for a grocery store. But I think that we can certainly do more, and something that's more exciting for that community than just housing in a small grocery store. That's my goal. But ultimately, it's going to be determined by the interest of developers who can bring in the necessary vendors and people who are going to lease that space who are going to make that happen. I think that there has to be a comprehensive effort with Fayette Place that includes that Fayetteville Street corridor, going all the way down to NCCU at minimum, and that becomes a larger part of this. It's part of what we've said from the beginning with Fayette Place. One of the reasons why that ended up moving further down in our priority list is because as a part of the DDMP, we did a full-fledged market study. And the market study indicated that Fayette Place, because think about it, wouldn't it be great if we could have started at Fayette Place, built housing where there's none now, and then as we talk about tearing down other units, then people had a place to go. That was the initial thought I had from the beginning when we started this. But we have to let some of the facts and independent information help guide us so that we won't be taking on developments that just don't make sense or can't truly realize their true value to the community. So now's the time to begin to look at Fayette Place again to see how we might be able to expedite that timing that we have. The one thing we've always said is because of the 9%, we've created a kind of a linear program, but it does not mean that we have to go about it in a linear way. The 9% tax credit component of whatever those sites are will have to be linear. But we can still do other things on any of those other sites. That's why the RFP that was referenced by Councilmember Freeman is going to be an important indicator for how people see the opportunity to develop Fayette Place site or the Forest Hill site or any of the other sites that we have. And that's because it's all going to be market driven. So I think with the planning work we do, with some understanding of how other things could be done in that HI community, will all go towards the appeal of developers for what can happen on the Fayette Place site. It has to be something that is adding value to the HI community and not just sort of a kind of run-of-the-mill housing development only.
Thank you. I have one more question, and this relates to one of the two items that we have for DHA funding today, which I'm very supportive of. The item 16 is operational assistance contract with the Housing Authority for the DDNP. And am I correct to say that a lot of these funds are going to hire development staff at the Housing Authority?
Some for, yes, development staff at the Housing Authority, as well as for consultant staff as well. Not staff, but consultants as well. As you know, we've had a consultant that's worked with us all along. It's been excellent in guiding us through this process.
Thank you. All right, council members, any more questions? We've been at this meeting for more than 3 hours already, and we've got two big agenda items, but I think this was a super important discussion. All right, Mr. Scott, thank you so much. We really appreciate you. You're a great leader. We're so lucky to have you, and we appreciate you being with us today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Manager, I'm without objection, we're going to put the Housing Authority items on consent as well.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we have two more items, and the first item is the small business plan, and I see Mr. Pettigrew. Welcome. We're glad to see you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of City Council. Happy to be here to follow up on our conversation about the Durham Small Business Recovery Fund. Based on our last meeting, that work session, we took your input. We did some additional research, as well as talk to our potential partners to come before you with a new proposal. Today, I'm going to cover the background of that proposal, provide a timeline, as well as eligibility and funding terms for this program. I'm waiting for them to put my slides up.
We'll be patient, as we always are. There we go.
Okay. And we can go right to the next slide. We can go to the next slide, if that's possible. So, and I'll just begin talking. As a part of the program overview, again, there's clearly a lot of interest around this project, but more importantly, there's a lot of need for our small businesses. And again, we're coming before you to propose that the City Council authorizes the city manager to establish the Durham Small Business Recovery Fund. It's a financing program that is going to help eligible small business in our community who've been negatively impacted by COVID. Again, we have put together a single program that the city is developing, but there are two component parts. You heard last time about the loan aspect of our program, but we have since been able to find a way to provide a grant portion. So it's a single program with a grant option as well as a loan option. We have selected the Carolina Small Business Development Fund as the administrator of this program. Again, just to remind, we can go back to the next slide. Nope.
Having a little problem with our slides, but colleagues, also, this is in our on our agenda. If you look at the very last agenda item, the slides are also present there while the clerk is trying to get them together.
So
go ahead, Andre.
I'll continue. In our last conversation, we talked about the fact that the city did not have a infrastructure to administer and manage a program like this, and thus we needed a third party. We're happy to have the Carolina Small Business Development Fund be a part of this program. Kevin Dick, who is the president and CEO of Carolina Small Business Development Fund, is joining us on the line. He's available again if there are any specific questions as we get through the presentation. Again, we selected them because of their experience. They have 30 years of experience of doing small business lending in North Carolina. They have a track record with us here in Durham. They serve as a member of the OEWD Small Business Advisory Committee. And maybe more importantly, because of the speed that we needed to get this program up, Carolina Small Business Fund is one servicing the statewide Rapid Recovery Loan Program, but it is also has stood up and is managing the Mecklenburg County Emergency Recovery Program. And thirdly, when we decided that we could find a way to do a grant program, they are the only organization that's managing a grant program. They developed and are implementing the Raleigh grant program. And so we thought that combined expertise and background was really critical to the work that we're doing. So the fund is set up with two parts. As I mentioned, it's set up to receive funds from the public sector as well as the private sector. Again, the public sector funding will be directed towards the lending part of the program, where private sector funds can be set up and to be used for grants. Currently, the city has committed $1 million for the loan program, and Duke has committed $1 million for the private side. And again, we intend to continue to feel that to go out and get additional funding. Next slide. The Carolina Small Business Fund.
Give me 1 second, Mr. Pettigrew. The clerk and I have been in communication behind the scenes. She's having trouble getting the slides to move, so we'll just move them as quickly as we can. Okay. But colleagues, again, I do want to remind you that if you want to follow along on the slides, they are in on the last item of the agenda. You'll see the presentation there, and that has the slides. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay. The Carolina Small Business Development Fund will manage both programs. They will administer the loan program by essentially providing all of the loan origination, underwriting, and servicing that's required as a part of that program. They will essentially provide the technical assistance that supports the borrowers in that program. They will also manage the grant program. And again, I'll talk about the terms later. This is a unified program where we will essentially work with them to provide the outreach and marketing to promote the program. I think we know from experience so far in regards to these local recovery programs that the funds will be exhausted fairly quickly. And again, having an experienced administrator with systems, programs, and forms already up, that's going to accelerate our work. One of the primary interests in this program is how we connect these opportunities, these financing opportunities, to our communities of color, to our disadvantaged businesses in our community. Again, in managing the programs that the Carolina Small Business Fund has done, and I had an opportunity to talk with my colleagues in Raleigh as well as Mecklenburg County about their work, they've been able to really achieve a very effective level of diversity in terms of participation of these programs. In Raleigh, they actually provided an intervention that I think has helped the abilities for our smallest businesses, our disadvantaged businesses to participate. That intervention, and this is something that we'll do as part of this program, is to essentially open a time period for applications to come in. So there's not a rush to be in the system on a first come, first served basis. That actually also enables us, Carolina Small Business Fund, to provide some advanced technical assistance. One of the things that we have found with all of the programs, both at federal and state level, the level of preparation in terms of making sure that the proper forms and documentation are available. And by having that sort of runway, it has enabled more of this targeted community to successfully apply. The third part of their approach that I think is innovative in that once all the applications are in, I think they had over 600 in the Raleigh program, they randomly select all of the qualified applications in 100 units. So the first 100 are applied against the amount of dollars that are available. Again, if that 100 exhausted the fund, then it would be done. If it only exhausted half of the fund, a next round of 100 firms would be selected. Again, this process has actually generated a 59% participation rate in terms of businesses of color receiving the grants. They did not utilize this approach in Mecklenburg, but again, the success of the loan program in Mecklenburg is at 52% businesses of color. I asked both of my colleagues what they thought the key elements were to their success, above and beyond the interventions that I talked about. The Carolina Small Business Fund actually has a documented track record of working with disadvantaged and low-income businesses. It is core to their business. It's a part of their core mission. They have the credibility, they have the connections and the systems that enable us to sort of make that happen and that it works. So again, we're happy to have them as a part of the program. Again, the urgency of getting work out. Again, if we can go back to the slide, okay. The timeline for disbursement, if we can get back to that slide, because there are a number of points I wanted to make there. Well, maybe not. So we've set up a timeline that essentially, assuming that we get council's approval and can negotiate a contract by June 8th, we can get the application process launched, available for our businesses to apply by June 18th. And again, I'm looking at the grant portion of this. By June 18th, keep that window open for the 10 days that I described earlier. Again, going through the review and selection process, the grants can be received by July 10th. So this is effectively around 6 weeks. I know that, again, this is about the same timeline, a little faster than what they were able to get their program up with Raleigh is. Again, they have the infrastructure and the services to be able to do it. A similar timeline for the loan program. The difference about the loan program is once it's open, we will evaluate loans and make loan determinations and fund those on an ongoing basis. again, there's no need to sort of keep that window open. It is a first come, first serve, but we will apply the marketing, outreach, and technical assistance approach. And again, it's generated good success in Mecklenburg. Next slide. So eligibility. Just kind of want to work through that, and I'm mindful of the importance of people understanding who and what this fund is for. So independently owned and physically located in Durham. These are locally owned and based businesses in Durham. The size standard. The size standard is 25 employees at less than $2 million in total revenue. I want to pause to talk about that size standard and why and how we've come up with that. There have been a number of surveys out in terms of measuring the impact of COVID on different businesses. First of all, every business, large and small, has been impacted by COVID. I reference a study that was done around North Carolina, over 468 businesses done by the Institute, the Minority Institute here in Durham, where it talked about some of the challenges that these firms have had. Most of the respondents were businesses of color. The vast majority of the 468 firms had employees less than 25. Over 80% of those businesses were less than 25. The state did a hub survey, taking a look at hub firms. This survey was about 300. And again, the impact on these businesses in terms of doing state work. The survey showed of those businesses that, here again, the vast majority, over 80%, had employees less than 25. Again, the point here is that the very small businesses, are the ones who have been impacted. Every business has been impacted, but again, the smallest of the businesses, and many of them, most of them being small disadvantaged businesses, are the ones who were not successful with the PPP program. They have struggled in terms of getting involved with some of the state programs. And so we have chosen this demarcation, and every business, any business in Durham that meets the size standard are eligible. Now, inside of the program, businesses that have revenue under $500,000 will be eligible for the grant program. Again, this is an effort to provide funding for those very smallest of our businesses. However, businesses with revenue over $500,000 and up to $2 million are eligible for the loan program. And I'll talk about the terms of the loan program as we go forward. All businesses must be able to determine or demonstrate that there's at least a 25% decline in their revenue due to COVID. We expect them to show a minimum of 2 years of profitable operation and a growth trajectory. Again, this intervention is to mitigate the impact of COVID. Next slide. The loan amounts, and again, the loan amount range is from $5,000 to $35,000. This amount is consistent with the loan amount that Mecklenburg County has done. I think their average loan is somewhere between $25,000 and $27,000. The maximum grant amount is $10,000. This too is similar to the grant amount, maximum grant amount within the Raleigh program. In fact, the grant amount is up to $10,000 or 2 times the business rent or business mortgage for the business. So again, these are for storefronts, businesses that are actually paying a commercial rent or owning a property going forward. The loan is a term loan up to 10 years. The interest rate is 3%, which effectively is just below prime. Again, this is favorable terms. The deferred principal payments are up to 12 months. So for the first 12 months, first year, the businesses will be asked to pay interest only on their loans. Again, personal guarantee for all business owners, 20% or more ownership. We are not taking a UCC1 filing. So effectively, we are an unsecured creditor in this model. Next slide. So the cost of administering the program. Again, we still have to negotiate these, but this model is consistent with the model that is being done in Mecklenburg, as well as Raleigh, and in some of the other statewide programs. So effectively, the loan administration fee is 10% of the loan fund, plus 10% that's set aside for technical assistance. The technical assistance is the sort of accounting, marketing, the support that's tailored to the needs of the individual businesses. And again, that is paid over the term of the contract. There's interest, the 3% interest is split. The city will get 2.5% of that interest repayment back into our program along with the principal. And the 0.5% is provided to the Carolina Small Business Fund to essentially handle the performing and essentially managing the fund dollars in the loan fund. The administration of the grant, because the grant program is a simpler program, there is not a long-term technical assistance component. However, there is technical assistance that's available in the Small Business Network ecosystem. There's a 10% grant fee for the administration of the fund. So with that, I'll stop and again, be prepared to answer questions. And if there's an opportunity, we'll have Kevin Dick weigh in terms of clarifying some of the points.
Thank you very much, Andre. Let's see if the clerk can take the slides down now so we can see everybody. And let me just say, we're glad to have Kevin with us. Kevin, are you within hearing distance?
I hope you can hear me. Great.
Yes, we can.
Great to see you, and as well as the rest of the council members. And pleased to have this opportunity to potentially address you or support Andre however I can.
It's great to have you back in Durham virtually, Kevin.
Thank you. Hopefully we can make it in person soon one of these days.
Right. All right, Mr. Manager, did you have a comment?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just wanted Andre to kind of follow up on that last slide and clarify the cost, the program costs, and are those 10% costs and fees something that we'll be looking at covering on behalf of the program, or are those fees that will be taken out of the individual business loans? Could you just clarify that a little bit more, please? Thank you.
The management fee, the administrative fee, is an additional cost. Our goal is to put the $2 million on the street. And again, we'll need to cover the administrative costs from our budget, from our sources.
Right. Just wanted to be sure everybody knew that's what the intention was. Thank you.
I really appreciate that clarification. Thank you. Colleagues, you have heard Mr. Pettigrew's presentation. And now I'll ask if there are questions or comments from members of the council. Councilmember Reese.
Yeah, I'm going to have to switch off the video. Hold on. I was not looking good. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Andre, good to see you. Thank you for this presentation. Rather than heap praise on you for doing great work in a short amount of time, I want to get right to it because we've been here for a while and we're going to be here a while longer. I want to turn straight to the grant and loan terms portion of the presentation. There are a couple of things here I want to ask you to consider. First of all, the second item, the maximum grant amount of $10,000 or 2 times the business's rent or mortgage, whichever is lower. I think this provision, especially the second part of it, excludes a number of our businesses that don't pay rent or have a mortgage. Food trucks, folks who own a business that runs out of their own home, for example. And I had a friend actually just text me, a constituent just text me during your presentation to talk about the fact that that would exclude him from the program. I think I don't know what we gain. Well, I don't know how much we gain by including the portion of that second bullet after $10,000. So that's one thing I would ask us to consider today as we think about how to roll this out. Second of all, I want to hear more about the implication of a personal guarantee and what that means. You talked a little bit about it, but I'd like to hear that one more time with a little bit more detail. As you heard in our last time together, I want to resist collateral to the extent I can. It seems like this might accomplish that, but I want to hear more about it. And third of all, I want to talk about the timeline for getting from where we are today, approval, to the disbursement of grants and loans. And maybe that is a question for Kevin in terms of what can be facilitated if there's anything the city can do financially to make that move more quickly. I'm interested in hearing about that. So those are the 3 things I had for you. Thanks.
Sure. On your first point, in the discussion, there has been an emphasis around businesses that were either storefront or paying commercial rent as opposed to home-based businesses. And again, we can talk about that. In fact, I'll ask Kevin to maybe also talk about that. The trucks, they're included in the Raleigh program. So vendors like the trucks, restaurant trucks, would be included in the activity. Again, we can talk about that. Again, we're trying to service at the pleasure of council here. And Kevin can talk a little bit more about how Raleigh has implemented the program. I wanted to maybe also now talk a little bit about the unsecured credit position that we have. So a personal guarantee means that the individuals who sign on are liable. Again, if there was some form of liquidation, we would have to stand in line with other creditors. We'd be behind any secured creditors that the borrower might have. And so, again, where we are in the line, I don't know. I just know that essentially, as an unsecured creditor, it's not a secure position. So I hope that it puts some light on it.
I did have hold on, having a technology problem here. I did have a question about what other jurisdictions that are doing these kind of loan programs. Is there a consensus about whether or not collateral or personal guarantee is being required? Do some of them do neither? What does the landscape look like out there?
Well, I'm going to let Kevin maybe jump in since he's participating in both statewide as well as local programs to kind of talk about that landscape. I know there's a range.
Great, thank you.
Kevin, will you comment on that?
Yes, happy to, Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Reese. Great to see you. Appreciate the question. It really varies from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. We generally, we've seen in Mecklenburg, for example, where we are collecting UCC filing, but that it doesn't necessarily have to be a deal breaker. We're with the statewide program, that collateral expectation is there. The 20%, the personal guarantee for anyone that owns 20% of the more of the business is there as well. And I believe that's also the case in Mecklenburg. In the city of Raleigh, because it's a grant program, none of those provisions would apply.
Thank you. That's good to hear. And Kevin, will you also talk about the storefront requirement, which I think is really what that second provision does. It really requires you to have a physical location, whether it's a storefront or an office or something. Can you talk about how that has worked in other jurisdictions as well?
Sure, and really what that comes down to, Councilmember Reese, is really a policy decision relative to what you want this program to do. In Raleigh, the storefront provision was there because the grant fund was seen as a mechanism to also drive placemaking and really drive, helping businesses that help contribute to sort of the vibrancy and the character of the city visually and create places for gathering. Obviously, at this current time, there's certainly a restriction with gathering, but they wanted to really drive placemaking and drive the ability to help strengthen the character of the city. So the storefront provision, as well as the food truck provision, was placed into the grant program, but and it's been effective in terms of the fact that we had 615 applications. This morning, we actually wrote letters to 116 successful grant applicants. And as Andre alluded to, we launched the program May 11th, and we are deploying capital on June 4th. So 3.5 weeks from the time that the program was launched to the time that folks should start to get ACH transactions as early as tomorrow and into early next week. So in terms of the effectiveness of the program, it has not hindered the effectiveness of the program from that standpoint. All of that said, that is also, that's a policy question. The program does not have to be run that way. I think that in talking with Andre and in talking with the folks in Raleigh, we want the program to meet economic development outcomes and objectives that are very holistic. And so, from an economic development standpoint, it's about getting capital into the hands of businesses, but it's also about trying to sustain the community vibrancy in the best way possible. But it's really, it would really be up to the discretion of council.
Thank you, Kevin. I appreciate that. That's helpful. I guess just to close, I guess the council is going to have a conversation about that. I know other folks are going to have questions. So when that happens, we'll have a conversation about the issues around, about the mortgage rent requirement, so that'll be good. I guess the last thing I want to say is not really a question, just when we get to that point where we're talking about how, when we come to decide about how we feel about the requirements, I've had good conversations with many of you and with staff about the $1 million commitment that the city of Durham has already made to this fund. I think that's a good place to start. But I was having conversations with some of you immediately after the last work session, telling you I thought we were going to need another $1 million in it. I don't know how to handle that in this context, but I think we should signal to our community that we're willing to put in another $1 million when it's necessary. And I know there's a difference of opinion about that in the council, and hope we can have that conversation when the time comes. I'll stop talking now for a bit. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Thank you, council member. Okay, other questions and comments for Mr. Pettigrew or Mr. Dick? Yes, Councilmember Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councilor Reese. I don't think I was one of the people you spoke to after the meeting about another million, but I certainly am on record thinking that the first $1 million is a great start, and certainly I'm willing to do more as the program rolls out. So no difference of opinion from me. Andre and Kevin, good to see you both. Always good to see you. Thank you for the work you've done and you're doing on this. Couple of questions. First on the program eligibility. I'm not even close to being a restaurateur, but from my work on the board of the DDI, I know for a fact that there are restaurants downtown that have more than 25 employees. So I'm wondering how, are they just out, or can we tweak somehow the eligibility requirements? Are, I know we don't want to inadvertently send a signal that we're not really interested in restaurants, but I know that for a fact some of them I frequent have more than 25 employees. So and I'll just do these in shotgun and you can respond after I'm done. I also want to ask a question about the language and if it's fair to interpret. When I read businesses with revenue under 500,000 are eligible for grants, does that mean they are exclusively eligible for grants? That businesses under 500,000 are not eligible for grants and loans, and businesses with revenues over 500,000 are eligible for loans? Is that loans exclusively? Go ahead if you want to.
Yeah, no, that's correct. We've chosen to essentially bifurcate the program for the smaller firms to be able to be eligible for the grants.
Okay.
Under $500,000, and again, you're not required. You're not eligible for the loans, and those with over $500,000 are eligible for the loans only. And again,
okay.
Yeah, and again, this is a very flexible loan term. 10 years and what have you. And it's not a grant, but we think there's a market for folks who can take on loans. Everybody can't take on loans. That's as measured by the fact that both the Rapid Recovery Loan Fund program, which is about $125 million, has a vigorous set of firms who are applying for that, as well as, again, some of the experience in some of the other local loan programs.
Got it. So, and what are we going to say to restaurants or places that have more than 25 employees?
So, again, we did not make an industry determination, right? So we know that there are businesses that have more than 25 employees. The data that I showed was really, one, how to essentially reach the businesses that the research has shown has had the greatest difficulty accessing resources. Again, this is a policy question. Again, we serve at the pleasure of council here, but the research has shown that disadvantaged businesses of color, are mostly businesses that have 25 or less. The surveys, both here in North Carolina as well as national, has talked about those firms failing to be able to access these resources, PPP, other state and federal programs, and even grant programs on a first come, first served basis. And so based on that data, we chose to pick something that covered actually 80% of the businesses in our community. There are absolutely businesses that have more than 25. There are businesses that have more than 2 million in sales. Again, that's a decision that was made.
Is there a cutoff date as to when you had those 25 employees? Because I imagine this might incentivize some folk to cut their employees until they get under 25. Or if you had 25 while you were in business and you're not in business anymore, you may very well not have 25 anymore. So is there a date certain that you
have to stipulate at this date I had such and such employees, or is it when you fill out the application?
Well, it's part of when you fill out the application. Kevin, help me in terms of there's a time range where we're looking at when businesses are sort of operating, and so we are going back in time, not just what the current figure is. Before Kevin answers, I think one of the important things around this program is that it's not the end all. We're going to support grantees as well as borrowers to access other funds. For example, there still is $160 billion out there for PPP. And again, many of these firms were not able to access PPP, partly because they didn't have a bank relationship and partly because they didn't get the form in. So again, you can access our program as well as that. Everyone that's applying for our program should be also applying for the Golden Leaf Rapid Recovery Program. Again, these are just ranges of capital. And for a lot of our smaller independent businesses, for the first time, freelancers, sole proprietors, and self-employed people can access the federal and state unemployment insurance. Again, that doesn't replace your revenue, but if you don't have overhead like rent and some of the other things, that's been a viable source. We've been able to connect entrepreneurs, sole proprietorships, and self-employed people to access that resource. And again, accessing that resource or any other resource doesn't disqualify you from participating in our program.
Got you. I appreciate that. Turning to grant and loan terms, is it possible to get something less? I mean, that's not tethered to rent. I mean, I see the rent or mortgage, and I appreciate Councilor Reese asking about this. I see the rent or mortgage stipulation, but is it possible? Are we using some type of metric to determine? Could you get a grant less than 10 grand for whatever reason? Are we looking at income statements or and just say we're giving you 6 or 4 what are we basing it on?
So I'm not even going to try to guess. One of the things that I said to you, we're relying on the Carolina Small Business Fund because they've actually processed over 1,000 applications between grants and loans. And so this is an opportunity, Kevin, maybe to share what you've learned from that experience, because again, that's informing our view. We don't have a loan program. Again, I want to say that again. The city of Durham has not processed an application or reviewed a grant through the Office of Economic Workforce Development. And so we have to rely on partners with experience. And that's in part, why we have Kevin here today to kind of help give us some additional insights based on that experience.
So,
okay.
Thank you, Andre. Yes, Councilmember Middleton.
Hey, man.
I'm sorry?
No, I say, hey, man, how you doing?
Okay, I'm doing well. How are you?
Doing well.
I asked for the video to come up so you all could see me, but I'm not sure what's going on. But what we found in Raleigh is that the average grant size has been about $7,400 to $7,500. And I did want to just, again, offer this perspective about the 2 times rent or mortgage. Again, this is not necessarily, it ultimately is a policy decision and we follow what the client wants. But the basis behind the 2 months rent or mortgage was that we wanted to have sort of a baseline that we could really, we could use a baseline to come up with a solid amount. And what we were trying to achieve really was, first of all, to stretch the grant dollars as much as we could. So in other words, instead of everyone getting 10,000 per se, if you had something that said, all right, well, we'll make a max of 10,000, but have some baseline that really is related to actual expenses that a business owner might have. And we figured that doing it based upon rent or mortgage was more universal than doing it based upon payroll, because that, micro entrepreneurs or sole proprietors wouldn't necessarily have payroll, but most people would probably rent a space. So, and obviously that's not an absolute, but we thought it to be more general. But hopefully that answered your question about the average grant size as well. And I also wanted to provide some perspective about the choice of rent or mortgage. Finally, I will say I did get a note from staff that even with, say, food trucks, as long as you are connected to some sort of commercial lease, so in a food truck, in the case of a food truck, it would be a commissary where they have to pay rent or things like that. That would also be considered as well.
No, that's extremely helpful in demystifying some of the methodology behind this stuff. Finally, the 3% interest rate, is that the best we can do? And I don't mean from our perspective, I mean from the perspective of the lendees. How did we come up with 3% as opposed to 1%?
Sorry, go ahead, Andre.
Well, I was going to say, part of the premise is that we have to, for the public money, charge a competitive interest rate, a market rate. We're choosing to use prime, which is the best rate available to any borrower, large or small, and reduce that by 0.25%. Again, part of the legal construct is that we can't put together a program that competes with other lenders or borrowers. And so, again, I think, just to cut to the chase, while we're putting this together, we'll make sure that we are able to do the very best in terms of the loans. By the way, some of the other programs are at 5.5%. Kevin, you have a better sense of the competitive rates. Ours is one of the lowest of the rates that are out in terms of the loan programs.
Kevin, do you want to comment on that? The relative interest rates of what you're seeing in some of these other programs?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Schul. The only interest rate that I've seen lower than that was SBA EIDL on a 30-year term. That's 2.75%. I haven't seen anything lower. As Andre said, we wanted to really look at prime as a baseline and then discount it lower than that. But I would also say that with the 10-year repayment term, that's still a pretty favorable monthly repayment for most business owners.
Okay. No, I appreciate that. And I guess my question is, and I understand the competition argument, are we legally constrained to comport ourselves to not undercutting other lenders, or is it a choice on our part? I mean, I know we want to recoup some money as a government, but we're a government operating under emergency circumstances. This isn't really a for-profit venture for us as a government. We're trying to stabilize our economy and help our residents. And therefore, operating under that motivation and in that spirit, do we have to set it at 3%, I guess is my question. I mean, if we wanted to do 1%, could we legally?
Council member, I'm going to refer any legal question to the city attorney.
All right.
Madam Attorney.
Good afternoon. I also have on this call Assistant City Attorney Krista Kukuro, who has been working closely with OEWD on this project. So I'm actually going to let her address that question, Councilmember Middleton, if you don't mind.
Thank you, Councilor.
Oh, she says her audio cut out.
She can send you notes and you can cheat off of them.
As best I understand it, the city cannot just set a 1% interest rate. I'm hoping she's going to text me. She's back. Let's see if I can jump in. We can't undercut the natural market, for one. And Krista, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, good afternoon, council. And thanks for the opportunity to answer this question, Andre. And Kim, you were on the right direction. I do believe that we are somewhat limited in what we're able to do as far as interest rates. Do you think we have to remain competitive? However, I do think, one of the questions I think we can talk with Carolina Small Business Development Fund borrowers who may be, meaning that they may not be able to access traditional financing, whether there may be the availability of lower interest rates for those borrowers. And I think that that's something that we can talk with Kevin about. And I think legally that would be justifiable.
Absolutely. I'd be curious in knowing the absolute lowest we can go and not run afoul of the law. And I guess to put the question, just put it straightforward like that.
Understood.
Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Mayor, I think I've taken up some time. I think that's all I have on this. Thank you, sir. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Kevin and Andre.
Thank you, council member.
Thank you, council member. Who else would like to ask questions at this point or have comments? Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to make sure I weighed in and share. First, I'd like to welcome Kevin back to the Bull City as a fellow Mountie. I just wanted to make sure that I noted, Councilmember Reese mentioned if there were costs associated with moving any faster. I would definitely like to hear if there is any way to shift and move up the timeline as much as possible. And then also around the conversation around the additional funding, I too had not had conversation with Reese, Councilmember Reese, but I would be interested in figuring out how to make sure we do make sure that if funds ran through in a week, that there was a way for us to continue to provide funding in this case.
So Councilmember Freeman, I'll take your first question. I think the second one obviously is
not you.
More council related.
Yeah, I'll take the second one.
In terms of the first question, I believe that we could move faster, and we don't necessarily need to make a cost be associated with that. For example, we used a review period in Raleigh that was 10 days. We may be able to have some flexibility on that. It would necessitate really strong technical assistance between contract execution and the launch period so that we could really make sure that people had their paperwork in order so that they could definitely meet that 5-day window. But I do think that is an example of how the whole process would move faster and each subsequent step would be moved up 5 days.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
So I want to stick with that topic a minute, because one of the concerns I have about moving faster or too fast is that it potentially will be at the exclusion of many businesses that need additional technical assistance, and we'll have a somewhat of a challenge in communicating to a lot of businesses. We know that the businesses that are in the know are going to be quick to get their applications in. But I think I'd like to hear staff, think about or at least talk about, what are the expectations for getting the word out, how we recruit potential candidates, and then in particular, what technical assistance they might need to be able to be, submitting applications and eligibility applications. So I mean that's one reservation I have. I understand the urgency of get it out, but I also think you have to think about is there an unintended consequence of moving too fast if it sets up for the potential for limiting many of the businesses that we're interested in recruiting. So if you could talk about that a minute, then I'll come back to the funding question after that.
So again, there's been a lot of learning over the last month in terms of these various financing programs. And again, it's documented evidence that minority small businesses did not do as well And again, the bank relationship was one of the biggest stumbling blocks, because in the PPP program, the SBA program, it was first to those who had the relationship. And most of our businesses start their businesses with their own capital and did not have the bank relationship. But second was the number of folks who got knocked off the site because they did not have all of the forms available in order to process the information. Again, we have worked very hard. Again, we are co-hosting a number of seminars, webinars, in terms of how to and what forms you need. If you have not processed, as example, your Schedule C for your tax return for 2019, that is a very important form to be able to do. Again, that sort of is the technical assistance of getting that level of documentation and other things that are related to your payroll, a whole host of things that are important in terms of the loan underwriting. You know, same thing for the grants. It's not simply, there's a criteria for getting grants, and Kevin can speak to those who aren't successful in getting grants and what some of the problems were around that. So I don't want to downplay that. Again, I'd like to make sure that we have a runway to provide the technical assistance. We know that people need the money and they're ready to jump. But if we're really looking at what some of the challenges were for the firms who weren't fully prepared, we want to use this time to market it and provide the direct technical assistance going forward. So Kevin, maybe you can talk a little bit about how you have used the runway.
Sure. We extended the runway on the front end by making sure that we had technical assistance sessions both in English and Spanish in Raleigh. And we found that to be very effective. We did that through webinars. They were well advertised. We actually, in that case, partnered with the City of Raleigh's economic development staff. We made sure that we had buy-in from groups like the Raleigh Chamber, Wake County Economic Development, and so forth. And we also used, the opportunity to appear on television with Mayor Baldwin in Raleigh with Univision Television, so that we could also, and I did that with our Latino programs director. So we have, by the way, 3 bilingual staff who are all conversant on the loans and grants. We also partner with Shaw University and use social media platforms to make sure that knowledge about the grants went out to the right channels. In Mecklenburg, we just partnered with their PIO office and economic development department in order to make sure that the word got out that way. Obviously, social media was a very important component as well. And so we did intensive technical assistance for a few days right before the launch period. And I would say the first day of the launch period in Raleigh, we had 615 applications in total over the 10 days. We had over 150 that first day. So to Manager Bonfield's point, there could be an unintended consequence of keeping the review period too short. It may have lessened the number of applications we would have gotten in Raleigh, for example. But again, that's a policy call. And I think, my point was that our infrastructure can accommodate whatever time period you want there.
Thank you. I just want to note that I hear what our city manager is saying, and I think in this case that folks are upside down in this, and that the folks who are most impacted in this have been waiting a long time and they've been looking for something. And so the word getting out is very important, and I appreciate him acknowledging that. We don't want to miss anyone that should be at the forefront of this. And I mean, I'm open. I hear that conversation. So I'll let Andre decide whether it's a quicker turnaround or not. But
any other thoughts from council members? I'm sorry, Councilmember Freeman.
Just on that second point around making sure that folks understood that funds were available, you wanted to make a comment?
Oh, well, I'll come back to that. If we could just get any other feedback from council on the timing issue, I think that's a pretty critical piece to give the Carolina Small Business Fund, the heads up as to what the expectations are. Obviously, we're going to do everything we can to market the program, but we know the challenges when in many of the communities that are typically negatively impacted by a lot of things we market. They don't have the same access to information that individuals and businesses that are kind of at the access points typically do.
Any other comments on that, council members? Well, I'll just say that I'm comfortable, I'm comfortable with the schedule as proposed. I agree that in this case, speed is the enemy of access. And I think that being able to give the technical assistance, being able to reach the disadvantaged communities, that's going to be important. I mean, we all wish it was out now. It's not out now. But I think that let's don't hurry it in order to, and then miss out on a lot of the businesses that we really want to be able to serve. Any other comments on that? All right, other questions and comments on the council members?
So, Mayor, I want to follow up on the money question.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Councilmember Reese.
Thank you. Could we, that seems to be an important question, and apparently it's being framed as either we're inclusive with the money or we move quickly. And so if that's the choice, I wonder if we could just get a sense of the council about where the council's priorities are. That would be great.
Okay, I'm happy to hear that. You heard where mine are. You heard where Councilman Freeman's are. Others? Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Caballero.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think it's really important for the funding to go to the businesses that we're targeting. We want to make sure that people who really need this money can access it, and especially, along with our strategic plan guidelines and our values around supporting disadvantaged businesses. So I think that would be that's my primary concern, is making sure that the money gets to who really needs it.
Thank you, Councilmember Caballero.
Same. If the will of the council was to speed it up, I would go that way as well. But I guess my biggest concern is within the Latino community, there's always a communication lag. I don't know how well translation interpretation is, how quickly it can get done. And so just knowing that, and that's just in Spanish. I don't even know how we do it with other languages. I'm hesitant because I think there will be a large percentage of the community who will literally hear about it much later, unless we have that real tight.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this timeline, we all wish that we were doing this sooner. We're not. But now that we're doing it when we are, what's the timeline that's going to get us the businesses that we want? Okay, I think we have some consensus. Councilmember Reese, do you want to join that consensus, or do you want to, or Councilmember Middleton?
Yeah, I want to join that consensus. I think what the Mayor Pro Tem said makes a lot of sense. I also find Councilor Caballero's concerns about access compelling as well. My assumption is that I don't think it's a secret how quickly we wanted this thing turned around as possible and how important this was to us. My assumption is that this timetable that's been brought to us took that into account already. I don't think there's any more we can do to make folk know how much we want this to go out as quickly as possible. So my assumption is that timetable is predicated upon knowledge of that. And I think it also allows for us to get the right people, as the Mayor Pro Tem said, and Councilor Caballero as well. So I'm cool with this timetable based upon that.
All right, thank you. Council members, let's hear from the manager on the issue of the funds. And then what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to distill what I've heard as the questions and get some consensus around that or decision around those. It is now it's now 10 minutes after 5, and we've got a bunch of budget work to do. So I'm going to try to help us focus this discussion, and we'll start with the manager.
So thank you, Mr. Mayor. So what I wanted to say about the money side, we have the $1 million commitment for the loan fund from the city and the $1 million commitment from Duke for the grant. I think we acknowledge, or we need to recognize, that there will likely be a need for more funds, and I think we have the potential for for doing that in the money that we're setting aside in COVID. But I have a couple thoughts about that. One, this is for us, for Durham, new territory. I think it would be more prudent to let this first pass happen at the million, and then doing a quick evaluation of how successful we were meeting the objectives and the values that we've laid out. For example, if in fact the random draw system doesn't attract the disadvantaged minority businesses that we'd hoped, we may need to go back and pivot how we think about that. If in fact it's successful, we can react that way. But rather than commit the extra $1 million right now to this program, I believe that there's an opportunity to come back for a second round if this is successful, or maybe come back with a modified program if there's things that we needed to learn from that. I also think that at some point, we're going to probably have a more full and deeper conversation about other community needs and how the requirements and the expectations for the monies that we've put aside for COVID response are going to be deployed. And right now we're obviously laser focused on the small business fund. We really have not talked about many other community needs, and I suspect we will in the next coming days. So whether it's next week or the next month, but I'm just a little hesitant to commit too much to one program, both in terms of structure and in terms of just the segment of that resource. So I acknowledge, that maybe we say if it works, there's more money to come, but I just would be hesitant to put that in there right from the get-go. That's just some of my thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Let's go ahead and take up that question. Is there anybody that thinks that we ought to allocate any more money right now? Let me also add, by the way, that the county is putting in $1 million. So we'll be starting, they apparently are going to be voting on that at their budget meeting. But that's my understanding from Commissioner Jacobs, that there was support for that last night, or 2 nights ago. So I'll ask now, are there people that think we ought to be allocating more money now, or do people think that we ought to wait, see how this goes, and then allocate more money if necessary? I'll focus this first question.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Freeman.
I just wanted to just clear the conversation and making it more pertinent to what I'm talking about. And that I acknowledge that we're trying to be intentional about reaching small businesses, but I want to be real specific in saying that I would like this money to reach small Black and brown businesses who are at their end. And I have been trying to be very patient in this process. As a council member, I feel like it's incumbent upon me to make sure that I am pressing as hard as possible to make sure that we're doing what we can now, because this is our future tax base. And so the small businesses that are on Main Street are a small subsection of what we're seeing and how hard businesses are being hit. And so I don't know that conversation and context is included in this, but this ties back to the initial conversation around what white violence looks like. And so acknowledging that reparations have never been paid, there are small businesses in this community that are just barely skipping by. And so the additional time, and then the lack of whether or not they'll be able to get through on the first, in the first process or the second, it's just a lot right now. And I just want to make sure that I clearly state that that's where I'm coming from in this. And so I really appreciate what Andre has pulled together and his staff with Mr. Kevin Dick. And I'm grateful that we're at this point, but it's not so much that I don't think that we'll we'll get this wrong or we'll miss these folks. It's really just that we're so far behind. And this is pre-COVID behind. We haven't been able to reach those businesses in a way that was impactful in this entire fiscal year. And I want us to be as intentional about this now while we can. And so that's exactly why I'm just like, I mean, the time and the money the time is just now. And I just want to be clear in saying that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go back to the question I was asking, which is there anyone, or I'll put it this way. The manager has recommended that we spend this money, that we do a quick evaluation on how it goes, see what we need to tweak, and then if we would like to put more money in, that we can. Is there anyone that wants to offer a different position?
Mr. Mayor, hi, it's me, Charlie Reese. I'm on audio again because
no problem.
Things stink. Yeah, I do want to offer a contrary position, and that is that that I think everyone on this call knows that $1 million isn't going to be enough. We should model our public policy around what we know, and we should, if we don't allocate the $2 million today, we should say we know we've allocated $1 million and we were prepared to allocate another $1 million when this particular fund is exhausted. That's what I think we should say. Okay.
Other thoughts? Councilmember Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Caballero, and then Mayor Pro Tem.
I think the manager's recommendation is sensible. I'm already on record saying that I support more money, and I think we're going to have to give more money. But I also realize, there are other counties that got $1 gazillion in CARES funding, and we did not. And there's a lot of counties that are getting credit for doing stuff, and they're spending federal money, not their money. It's $1 million from us. It's $1 million from the county. It's $1 million from Duke. It's $3 million. That's a start. But I'm also mindful that there's some other things that we're going to have to address. I am deeply concerned about the rising infection rates among the Latinx community with COVID. We may need to spend some money on PPE and stuff in that community coming up. We still don't know what the price tag on the Dougal Terrace is. We still don't know what eviction rates are going to look like, and if we're going to need to do more on eviction diversion relative to this pandemic. So I want to give $10 million to everything, to everybody. But I realized that we did not get the same federal help as other counties did. And as a policymaker, I'm constrained by that and compelled by that. As a bleeding heart liberal, I want to write $1 billion check to everybody for every cause. And I wear that print, and I say that proudly. So I think the manager's recommendation and I'm glad to hear that the county's come up with $1 million, with $3 million going into this, with this timetable that's presented to us. I'm comfortable with that. And I will make a declaration right now publicly that I'm more than willing to revisit this and add another $1 million, at least, after we get this money out the door. So I'm going to affirm the manager's recommendation at this point.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Caballero.
I am comfortable with saying we're willing to dedicate another $1 million. I think that basically it'll be $2 million because hopefully the county's money will be ready at that point. And so it's $2 million now and $2 million whenever we just say we allocate it. We're going to allocate it, I should say. And we only have $5 million. We know we need so many more $1 million to do the relief that Durham needs. And there are going to be, the list of needs is long, and we just need to be very careful right now.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not comfortable with with adding another $1 million to the pot at this time. I think that we've spent a lot of time talking about small business relief and haven't spent as much time evaluating all the other needs that might exist in the community for this $5 million. So I'm reluctant to commit 40% of our total COVID relief fund to small business without having evaluated any other potential needs that exist in the community. I feel good about $1 million and the county and Duke coming in with $1 million. And we may find that, we think an additional $1 million for this is where this money can best be spent. But I feel like we haven't really evaluated our options fully, and I don't want to commit to something before I feel like I know what all of the potential needs are that are on the table.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. I am hearing 3 people at least who are not ready to add another million. And so I'm going to say that since there are only 6 of us, that's where we're heading. We'll go with the manager's recommendation, I believe is what I'm hearing. I think we're all very clear that we're interested, quite interested, in the evaluation of the program, a quick evaluation, and to then see if we want to tweak it, what we want to add to it. But I think that's, I would just say I consider that question settled. Are you comfortable with that, Councilmember Reese?
I will concur with you that it takes 4 votes to change the proposal, and those don't exist to change the proposal. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, if I might say, what gives me some confidence and comfort, the apparatus and machinery for dispersing it will already be in place. The relationship is already existent, will be existent with the loan manager. Mm-hmm. So it's not like if we put that other money in, it'll be almost instantaneous, the ability to get it out, because we're doing the work of putting the machinery in place now. So I do take some comfort in that it's not going to be months before, if we add another million, it's going to get out the door. The machinery is already in place.
Thank you.
Or will be in place. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. All right, I see a couple of other issues that I want to define and move towards some closure and decision making on. One of them is the issue of the personal guarantee. Another is clarity around, I just want to make sure that I understand about the business needing, the food truck issue, I'll call it. And then the idea of the lower interest rate for businesses who are not able to access capital on the private market. So I'll start with what I think I understand about the businesses who are able to access this. Can food trucks access this? Can businesses that have home offices access this? Am I to understand that that's right?
Food trucks can, but I believe that home-based businesses would not.
Okay.
And Kevin, just validate how it's being applied.
Kevin, could you comment on that?
Sure. The way Andre just described it is how it's been administered thus far.
Okay. So, colleagues, are we comfortable with that? Do we want food trucks to make sure that food trucks are included? Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Reese, sure.
It appears to be that kind of day for me. Just will say that I understand that there's going to be a lot of need, that we have to be selective, but I don't think it makes sense to exclude businesses that operate out of their own homes. Many larger businesses started that way, and I don't think it's fair to exclude them. But since everybody else raised their hands, I'll stop talking now. Thank you.
Well, I don't know that we've had a full discussion of that. I'm happy to hear more. Kevin, would you all, first of all, Councilmember Caballero, and then we'll ask you, Kevin.
I thought we were taking it one by one, so talking food trucks and then moving to home-based businesses.
Okay.
I'm not comfortable including home-based businesses.
I'm sorry, I missed that. Say it again.
I am not comfortable excluding home-based businesses because I know that a lot of those businesses are sole proprietors and they are not getting, and they are folks who are having a hard time qualifying for unemployment and have a lot of barriers right now.
Okay. Kevin, you want to talk to us about home-based businesses? Any reason that we should not include them?
Again, Mr. Mayor and Council, I believe that is a policy call. If you are interested in sort of the placemaking aspects of business growth and business sustainability, then you exclude home-based businesses. But if that's not a priority, you don't have to. And I think we'll just figure out a way to verify all of their documentation based on this new element.
All right, thank you, Kevin. So I've heard 2 people voice their support for home-based businesses. is Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I feel fine with including home-based businesses, but I'm wondering about the grant maximum being related to the rent payment as an issue potentially if we're going to include home-based businesses.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to remove everything after $10,000 in that bullet.
Do you want to comment on that, either Kevin or Andre?
What I would say is the Mayor Pro Tem is correct. I mean, we would have to find either find some other alternative threshold to a $10,000 max, or go with what Councilmember Reese has said and just make the max $10,000. You know, that's a policy call. I will say this in Raleigh, the grant fund was $855,000. At a max of $10,000, just flat, you know, everyone can receive basically $10,000 and no real thresholds or documentation requirements that would evaluate an amount up to $10,000, but everyone just getting $10,000. That would have meant that 85 businesses would have been funded. In the program thus far, 116 have been funded with that $855,000. I offer that for perspective and nothing else. The grant funds were stretched further by having a parameter somewhere between $0 and $10,000. But again, that's a policy decision.
Could we leave to you the creation of a parameter that would apply to a home-based business?
We'll figure something out.
Sure, we didn't consider that. We would just take a look at it. But again, having a qualifier again is something that we would work on to try to solve.
All right. Okay, colleagues, then I'll ask for a thumbs up. If everybody could show me your thumbs if you're in favor of keeping in the home-based businesses. I'm trying to get my thumb up. Okay, I'm seeing a solid majority of thumbs. I'll now move to the question of lower interest rate for businesses who can't access capital in the private market. What I heard Krista say was that there is a potential exception for those businesses in terms of the interest rate that we're able to offer. I think we're all interested in offering as low a rate as we can. And so how would that, could that be something that you all could operationalize, Kevin and Andre? Either you all have any comments on that?
I'll be frank, I definitely would need to check back with my credit department and see what sort of administrative concerns, if any, we would have there. I can tell you it's probably more expedient to have the same interest rate for all of the businesses that qualify, rather than having parallel underwriting guidelines that it slows the process down. But you know, it's something that we could look at. I would say, based upon the request for and desires for urgency and a real, you know, somewhat finite time frame relative to how soon businesses get funded, I would recommend keeping a standard interest rate. Again, it's pretty competitive, but you know, that I will at least commit to checking back with staff to see if it creates any constraints.
And Mr. Mayor, if I can be clear, I agree in terms of expediency, not having two separate rates. My request was, or my inquiry was, what is the absolute lowest rate we can have for everybody that does not run afoul of the law?
And as I've heard that from our attorneys, my understanding is that what is here is at least very much in that ballpark. It's prime, just slightly below prime, and right. Our attorneys feel that would meet the criteria. And as I hear them, that's because we can't be, less than a market rate, that would be the reason for that interest rate. Am I getting that right, Andre?
Yes, and Mr. Mayor and Council, we have to sort of put together and negotiate this deal on a lot of these terms and conditions. And so I think the spirit of Councilmember Middleton is to make sure that we have got as close to the bright line as possible. And again, let us go back and see that. And if in fact we can go lower, our goal is to go as low as we can without causing any other thing. So let us take another look at what was proposed and come back as a part of it. Again, we need to talk to underwriters and the market here. We don't get to set the interest rate, willy-nilly. So again, we understand what the intent is. Give us an opportunity to go back quickly and find out what the limit is.
Okay. And that's all I want to know. It's not only a spiritual question, it's a math question. What is the lowest we can go without getting in trouble? Is it if it's 2.75 or 2.5 or 2? I just like to know that number, what that number is. So thanks.
Other comments on the interest rate question? Are we all in agreement with the position put forth by Councilmember Middleton? I see some thumbs. Great. Okay. I just want to say about that, you mentioned coming back. I would just say, let us know what it is.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. The last question that I have on my list is around the issue of a personal guarantee. I am very troubled by the idea of a personal guarantee and wondering why we need to require that.
Mr. Mayor, I don't know if you wanted to jump in.
No,
first.
go ahead, Kevin.
Okay.
I'll weigh in after.
So, Mr. Mayor, I think we're cognizant that we are managing public funds. And so the personal guarantee is a somewhat standard provision with many of the loan programs we see being administered around the state. I'm not certain that there's an absolute requirement. I would want to confer with our credit department just to make sure, and we can do that very quickly. But it's really a matter of trying to, we realize we have fiduciary responsibility with city funds, and we do want to make sure that yes, it's a fairly liberal loan package, but we do want to make sure that funds get lent responsibly and appropriately. Other than that, again, absent any specific apprehension of our credit department, is certainly something we can consider if that's what you want us to do.
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead, Andrew.
Mayor, could I just add this? Many of the businesses that we are targeting don't have strong credit facilities. In some ways, this loan is a credit facility that will enable those who are able to continue and be successful to get the next loan. You're not going to be able to finance your business if you're successful on grants alone. At some point, you're going to need some form of financing. And for many of the businesses that will be participating in our program, this will be a term loan favorable that demonstrate their ability to pay and all that sort of stuff to connect them to the capital markets. And again, I think we should be mindful of that. This is a bridge loan or a facility that is getting them to the next level.
Understood. I'll just say, I understand about our fiduciary responsibility. I'm also, I don't like to predict this ahead of time, but I am, that we're going to have a high default rate. If we're reaching the businesses that we really need to reach, that we're going to have a very high default rate. And a high default rate amongst businesses that are owned by people, again, if we reach the people that we want to reach, are people without much resources. Do we want to be taking a personal guarantee from them? That is my concern. Any other comments? Well, why don't you check on that, Kevin, and let us know.
Will do.
Yeah. All right. I think that is all the questions that we had raised. I think there are a couple of them that need some more clarity, but I think our direction for you needs to be, go ahead, do these things, bring us the clarity. But I see the manager, and I bet you he has some advice.
Well, I don't, Mr. Mayor, but I want the clarity part was what I was going to ask you, because I want to know, from the direction that we were recommending, give us the authority to move forward.
Yeah.
And we meet again next Wednesday, and then we meet again on the 15th. And I want to be sure I know, in terms of moving this along, what the expectations are. If there's still, you feel like there still is another level of council review that we need to come back to, we can certainly do that. But I also want to be sure everybody knows to what extent that may impact the schedule or not. And I don't know that answer. I'd defer to Andre and Kevin about the schedule you put up is conditioned on a go forward win.
Well, I think we were considering a go forward today from council,
Yeah.
and then, resolving some of the things that you talked about. To me, I understand the intent to try to come up with the most favorable terms, interest rate, credit requirements, and if we have the authority to move forward and resolve those issues to the best of our ability and within the legal constraints, I would hope we wouldn't have to come back to you guys if you essentially allow us to take your intent and push it to the limit. That will allow us to keep moving, and again, we obviously will inform the city manager and council in terms of what the results are, but we clearly understand the intent. And I don't want to come back and have to say, well, we can only move it 0.25%. I'd rather move it to what that limit is and get the program going.
Agreed. Kevin?
I do have an answer for you. I've just heard we don't necessarily have any specific issue. There is a path forward, I would say, to waiving the personal guarantee, if that's what you want to do.
That's my personal preference. I guess I'll ask for thumbs. I see a majority of thumbs.
Can I ask a clarifying question about the program before we go much further? The slide about eligibility says that businesses with revenue over 500,000 are eligible for grants. Businesses with revenue under 500,000 are eligible for grants. Over 500,000 are eligible for loans. Is the opposite also true, that a business with under $500,000 is not eligible for a loan, and a business over 500,000 is not eligible for a grant?
That's correct.
Okay, so they're meant to be exclusive categories.
That's correct.
Okay, great, thank you.
All right, I'm really working hard to draw this to a close here, you guys, and I want you to help me, okay? If you don't have a super important question, please don't ask it. What I hear from Andre and from the manager is that they would like us to give approval to move ahead with a couple of unsettled questions. And you heard that Andre described to us the way in which he has heard our concerns on a couple of, really not many, one or two unsettled things. So I'm going to ask the council, I think we'll vote on this. I'll accept a motion that we move ahead, that we authorize the administration to move ahead with this program on the time schedule that they have outlined, and with the to contract with Carolina Small Business Fund to do this, and that they, using the $1 million that we put forward, for the city to provide the administrative funding outside of that to support this work, and that we hear back from the administration what they have decided on the couple of unsettled questions.
So move.
I think we need to suspend the rules, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, we do.
And I'll move to suspend the rules for that purpose.
All right, thank you. It's been moved and seconded that we suspend the rules and vote. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Mayor Schul.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson.
Aye.
Councilmember Caballero.
Aye.
Councilmember Freeman.
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton.
I vote yay.
Councilmember Reese.
Aye.
Thank you. I put forward a motion. Councilmember Freeman, would you like to make that motion?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Councilmember Caballero, thank you. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Mayor Schul.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson.
Aye.
Councilmember Caballero.
Aye.
Councilmember Freeman.
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton.
I vote yay.
Councilmember Reese.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Andre. Thank you, Kevin. We appreciate you and hope you have the direction you need. And we're looking forward to getting the money out the door. I wish it was June, but it's going to be in July. And I think we'll be able to help a lot of businesses. So thank you.
Thank you for the support.
Thank you. Now we'll move to our budget discussion. Colleagues, I know everybody's been sitting here a long time. We're going to go ahead and persist. We're going to push through this. If you need to turn your camera off and run to your refrigerator or stretch your legs, please feel free. No one will question your dedication. Okay. I see our manager of a budget director, Bertha Johnson here. Ms. Johnson, welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor.
I'm barely coherent at this point.
I understand. Bertha Johnson, Director of Budget and Management Services. This agenda item was created to provide answers to questions raised by City Council during the budget work sessions on May 27th and 28th, as well as questions we received subsequent to those meetings. Some of the responses we deem as information and some require decisions to finalize the budget. I'm happy to go through the document or proceed as council wishes.
Thank you very much.
I apologize. I just want to share that my iPad has died, so I can't see if there's the attached documents. I just have the budget sheets. I'm just going to ask that you bear with me on this.
Yeah, no problem.
Councilmember Freeman, do you want me to email you that document?
Please.
Will do right now.
We have in front of us the document. This is item 49 that was provided. Well, item 49. I just want everybody to wrap their mind around that for a second. The presentation there, which, no, I'm sorry. For item 48, apologize. We have the document there. The budget follow-up exhibit, and then there's a separate one for the water management positions. And so our objective here today, we've got a budget to pass in a couple of weeks, is to give the administration, less than a couple of weeks, is to give the administration very clear direction. This is our time where there's something we want in or out of the budget. This is our time to make that decision, to have those discussions. And so I will, So there's in the memo that we received, I guess I would not favor going through all of them because some of them are simply, for example, the police headquarters sale is simply an accounting of how much we're receiving for the sale of the police headquarters. It's not really a budgetary item for budgetary consideration. It's informational. So maybe what I will do, and I'll ask my colleagues to help me, I will go through this memo and pull out the items for discussion that I think are ones that we actually want to discuss. If you all have another one that you want to discuss that you think I've missed, let me know. And then we'll go to, after we've done that, we'll go to the water management question. And then after that, we'll take up any other budget issues that anyone else has. Are we good with that? Okay, great. Javier's good with it, and I'm good with it, and so we're good with it. Okay, everybody is good with it too. Thank you. The first is the transportation position. This is on page 1 of 14. This is the business services manager, and the transportation department described the reasons that they need that position. So I think I'll ask now, is there a discussion of that position? Are there questions about that position, or any concerns that anyone wants to raise at this point? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It looks like from this memo that the staff is now recommending to move all of the funding for that position into the parking and transit funds and out of the general fund, which would be $111,265 from the general fund that would be saved. And that sounds good to me.
That's the way I read that too. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Johnson.
That is correct.
Does that mean that that $111,000 we could put it towards something else?
Yes, you could. Well, we would reduce the contribution in some of the area. We would reduce the fund balance contribution to the general fund.
If we didn't put it to something else?
That is correct.
Right. Thank you.
I'm going to say that the police headquarters sale is not an item that we need to consider. The public works positions is the next item on the list.
Mr. Mayor,
Mm-hmm.
can we just, on the police headquarters sale, I just want to make clear again to the public that this money is not programmed into this year's budget.
Thank you. That's right. It's in the general fund.
It's not.
Oh, we moved to the affordable housing.
No, it's not anywhere because we don't have it yet.
It's not in any budget at this point until the sale goes through, but eventually the money will flow into the general fund and then the council can determine what to do with it at that point.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah, right. Okay, thank you.
There's nothing actually budgeted for it.
That's right. I remember now. Thank you for that clarification, Madam Mayor Pro Tem.
Can I ask if it would be helpful to direct it to the Affordable Housing Fund now rather than wait, if that's, because I know that's been the issue in the public.
It just really isn't the way the accounting rules would have the revenues flow, since that's a sale of a city asset. It needs to first flow through the general fund and then be reappropriated.
I just want to make sure that's said. Thank you.
But our understanding is it won't be allocated without coming back to the council. We've been assured that by the administration.
Correct.
Yeah, thank you. The public works positions, but thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, for remembering that. The public works positions is the next item. There is a description of the public works positions and how they're going to be covered, some from fee recovery and so forth. I'll just ask if there are people that want to discuss this one now. I mean, are there Councilmember Caballero and then Mayor Pro Tem.
I just wanted to say thank you for doing the prioritization that I asked. It's very helpful.
All right, thank you so much. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wasn't clear from this prioritization, like, of these positions, of these top three, are these general fund funded, or are they cost recovery, or are they stormwater fund?
One of the positions and one of the vehicles will be funded by the Stormwater Fund, one of the positions by development fees, and one of the positions and a vehicle in the general fund.
Okay, so that's the current proposal?
Yes, that is the
Cut it to
current
three.
proposal.
Okay.
If we move from the 6 positions to the 3 positions.
Okay, thank you. And how much does that save us in the general fund?
It's about 475,000.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me, Bertha. I apologize.
I'm sorry.
I just want to clarify.
I'm sorry, Mr. Manager, go ahead, and then we'll get Councilmember Middleton.
I apologize. I just wanted to clarify, was there revenues associated with the positions that were those other 3 positions that weren't recommended?
There were revenues associated with one of those positions. I believe that amount was 135,000. So the net of that would be, because those revenues are programmed in, the net of that compared to the 475,000 would be that.
So the number you gave was a net number, not the. It took into account the revenues that we wouldn't receive or whatever.
Well, not necessarily, but that is the amount they associated with that position.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
It all depends on, of course, the development fees that come in.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to confirm that these 3 positions listed are directly linked to us for being regulatory compliant. Is that correct?
Those were not those 3 positions. The question was if they would get only 3 positions versus 6, which 3 positions would they prioritize?
I'm looking. I got to get this coffee in me quicker. I'm looking at the wrong. I got you. That is
those were the water.
Got you. Yeah, got you. Thank you. I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
No worries. It's late. Any more questions or comments on the Public Works positions? Furloughed part-time employees. Any comments on or questions on the furloughed part-time employees item?
I just want to thank the staff for this. I had asked for this detailed breakdown. My thanks to the staff for it. Just very helpful.
Thank you. The next item is not really a budget item so much. It's an imaging of the engagement matrix that was asked for.
Mr. Mayor, I know that's not a budget. It isn't a budget item, but it's something that I do think whether the council provides that feedback as a part of adopting the budget or at some point, we do need to have clarity around expectations around engagement of those programs, whether they should continue virtually or in some cases be suspended, whatever, until we can get back physically.
So, Mr. Manager, I don't think we're going to do that tonight.
I understand.
Are you good with that?
Yes, I just want to remind you that it is something that we need to have some determination from the council acknowledging that it's not necessarily a budget adoption limitation.
So can I ask that perhaps we could put this on one of the upcoming special meetings?
We could, or we could wait till August if you'd prefer, but
Can I ask if I'm recognizing that there's budgetary programming plan around some of these areas. The ones that are in the non-urgent, non-mandatory section, is it possible that we set some like parameter around, I guess, where the budget is so that it's tied and it kind of puts it on a hold, so to speak? So recognizing that we might not know right now that we're going to have a budget shortfall based on the sales tax or whatever tax that's coming in, is it possible to set like some parameter that says that the non-urgent, like as a council, as a non-urgent, non-mandatory items could be held until we've established where we are kind of financially?
That would be your decision.
So I think what we'll do is we'll wait till this comes back to us and we could figure out how to handle that then.
Okay.
And we'll take it up on your timeline, Mr. Manager.
Thank you.
The next item is engagement public art. This is also not really a budgetary item so much as it is a question of how people are being engaged around this. Any questions or comments on that? If not, we'll move to community development. And this is information on the long-time homeowner grant program. We have approved at our last meeting, we voted to continue the current program, and this is information about that.
As long as we're continuing.
We're gonna look at the water management separately in a moment because there's a separate memo on that. Then there's the City of Durham FTEs, and this was a question about the FTEs positions added in the budget, and there's a listing of the positions and how they're being paid for. So questions about that? Comments? Anybody? Okay. Then there's the police department reconciliation. This is it's a comparison of actual, adopted, estimated, and proposed budgets, as you can see there. Any questions or comments about that at this point? Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we need to just be clear about what's in the police department budget and what's changed from last year, because there are a lot of ideas flying around about how we're increasing the budget, what the money is going for. I've heard a wide variety of wrong information about what's going in the budget. So I just want to take a minute and clarify for the public why the budget's going up, what's in it this year that's not in it last year.
So
I agree that's important. Thank you.
Thanks.
So I'm happy to walk through the large pieces of the dollars that change from year to year. The biggest component of that is $946,000 for the community oriented policing grant. In December 2016, City Council adopted the grant project ordinance for this grant, which required a $600,000 match, and it funded 15 positions. Those positions will be absorbed into the general fund. And that amount is $946,000. $331,000 is the additional amount needed to fund the 6 positions that the council adopted to add to the gang unit. Now, $829,000 of that amount is for the state retirement, which is required, which we have no control over that number. An additional $667,000 is included in grants, and you can see the grant amount changing, and that is for the CARES grant that the police department received for PPE. So the other is a net of reductions in benefits, as a reduction in the cost of benefits based on individual employees' choices, and the additional costs needed to annualize the pay increases in the current fiscal year. Police officers receive their pay increases on their anniversary date of hire. And so in that particular year, they may only receive, they will receive typically less than 12 months of that increase, but the next year you have to fund 100% of that increase. And so those are the major components of the $3 million.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to thank Mayor Pro Tem for asking the question. I also have been hearing completely wild ideas around what the increases were around.
And I would like to point out that those numbers are on the previous page, on the subsequent page, page 10, those numbers are also there as well.
The only other thing I wanted to add, Mr. Mayor, real quick, is we had someone at our budget hearing Monday night suggest that this budget included funding for 7 new FTEs in the police department budget. That's why I asked for specifically for the headcount reconciliation that's at the bottom of page 10. As you can see, that's not accurate. The two from last year's budget to the current budget, the headcount increases 2 because of what we approved last year but didn't get hired until this year, and the 2 grant positions, and then the 6 positions that we approved mid-year. And so that's how we get up to 681. Just wanted to clarify that with everybody.
Thank you, Council Member. Thanks, everybody, for your attention to that. Are there any other questions or comments about this item? Okay, thank you. We'll now move to the next. There's an attachment, page 11, comparing the race of a department and staff with the race of the people who were furloughed by department. Any comments or questions on that?
I just want to say thank you to staff for making that available.
Thank you, Council Member. And then also there is a breakout on page 12 and 13 of the these are the furloughed employees and their average hours worked kind of by position. Is that a fair description, Bertha?
That's correct.
Any questions or comments about that? Thank you for that information.
I have 2 questions.
Sure.
Just regarding the bus drivers and the facility, I think it's facility attendants. Is anyone like keeping an eye on these facilities now? Like, is there no way to bring some of those hours back online, just as a matter of like, I'm just looking at it like there could be something.
I think some of them actually have already been brought online. I don't know if Bo can answer that, or anybody else from DPR that may be on the call.
I'll need to check with DPR to get an answer on that. I believe the facility attendants are only for rental facilities. Those are really positions, and I'll correct this if I get this wrong, but that are just on site when a rental is taking place. They're not necessarily people who tend to the facilities like maintenance technicians or custodial. So they really are.
But where we have facilities that have open gates, locked and unlocked, those kinds of things, those attendants, those folks are back working, like the lakes and some places like that.
I'm thinking specifically like Lions Park, where there's an attendant that has folks sign in and sign out.
That is not a city employee.
Okay.
That's a.
But those types of attendants would be like all the attendants that we have you're saying are back to work.
Well, no, I'm just saying in some cases they are, where we have facilities that have opened that have attendants that need to lock and unlock gates and those kinds of things. But as Mr. Ferguson indicated, there may be rental facilities that are currently not available for rent. So if there's an attendant associated with that facility, they would not be back to work yet. But once those facilities are available, they will be. Right, Bo?
Yes, and I'll get some clarity from Joy and provide that after the fact. You know, my read of this list is it's like Spruce Pine Lodge and the Armory facilities where we only provide staff during those events. But I'll clarify.
Probably been killed on and people peed on.
Beverly.
I'll clarify and get an answer back.
And another quick question. I'm assuming that this is including that there's no programming until the July time frame.
For any of our rental facilities that, you know, unless they are able to operate under the mass gathering restrictions we have right now, and that really rules out all of our facilities. So at this time, until the mass gathering limits go up, we're not anticipating restoring any of our facility rentals.
Thank you, Bo. Any more questions or comments on that? Okay, now we'll move to the water management memo, which is a separate memo, and it's a description of the positions related to customer service, the positions related to regulatory compliance, and then financial information about those positions. And also about the rate, the effect on the rate for each of the tiers. And so I'll ask, are there questions or comments by members of the council on this item? And I see Mr. Greeley.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, Don Greeley, Water Management.
Good afternoon, Don. Council members, questions or comments for Don at this point? Councilmember Middleton.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, actually, hi, Don, how you doing, man? Good evening. The very last page, 14, Department of Water Management vacancies, I had asked for that information, and it kind of informs my next question. What is the possibility, Bertha, of using some of these lines for the positions that the water management folk want now and then backfilling them at some later date? Is that a possibility?
Probably for not all 11. A lot of them are technical in nature. Certainly as an example, we have 2 engineering positions that have been vacant for an extended period of time. And as soon as we got a candidate, we would like to bring those on, because those certainly help with our projects and also help with development review. A number of these positions are very technical in nature, or fill out crews that we've been kind of shortfall. So they would affect operations.
I'm just talking about the money. I'm talking about just taking the money from those lines, not swapping out the actual job descriptions. I know that, Mr. Mayor, when we brought on your assistant, Amber, I believe we used a position from another place in the org chart and then backfilled it, or will backfill it at some point. It may have already been backfilled. Is that not an option for us with respect to the positions that water management's asking for now, money-wise? I'm not talking about the job description.
Right. I'll defer to Bertha, but overall, when they budgeting this year, they do budget a certain percentage of vacancy. So our budget is reduced on the personnel side based on the vacancy rates that we've participated in. But I'll defer to Bertha on how that's done.
So we have unfunded positions, but leave the positions authorized, and then ask the department. We've done that in police and other departments, where we ask the departments to come back to us to request those positions, to backfill those positions if needed. And so that is a possibility. We've done it, and we can do it, where we unfund positions. We've done it in planning and inspections in other departments, and departments come back to us and make the request, and we have them fill the positions based on their prioritization, based on the money that's left. So if the 11 positions, if they wanted to fill those positions or these positions, but we can unfund or take a sum of money out of the budget.
So Don, here's where I am. I'm compelled on the 3 positions that will keep us in regulatory compliance, and I think you made a case for them being mission critical. Beyond those 3, I'd be open to considering them using the mechanisms that Bertha just described, perhaps. And I'm certainly open to hearing what my colleagues say, but that's where I am on that right now. Thank you,
Councilmember Caballero.
Yeah, I was just curious. I thought I had sent an email asking for prioritization, much how SolidWorks had provided that, and I sent that email on Monday night. It helps me, understand out of the 11. I know 3 are regulatory. I understand that there may be need for more out of the 11, and so I was just curious if and maybe I'm just missing it.
Okay, in the table on page 4.
Yeah.
Those are in priority order.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Because the top 3 are regulatory related, so they're our first 3.
And just a question, I'm sorry. Is it common practice that when you bring on the staff member, they get a new truck?
For those 4 positions are all field positions related to meter reading, and they operate as by themselves, so they drive a truck.
Councilmember Caballero.
And I would, just to follow up Councilmember Freeman's question, partly I would think that with COVID, having folks in their own vehicles is also a priority that I can imagine right now is large. And then just out of curiosity, the offline research and resolution team, there's 4. Can you do that with half of those positions instead of 4 2? Or is it one of those things where if you're not going to have all 4, it's just not effective?
It becomes less effective. You know, originally the request was for a much larger team that we reduced to 4.
Okay.
So any reductions, the team just becomes less effective. And
right. So then why
potentially could
spend the
impact
money?
the
And I'd like to comment on that. That's one area that I do have pretty significant concern. As we know, we have been under no utility turnoff since I think March. Is that correct, Don?
Yes.
And that order from the governor has been extended all the way to the end of July now. So we will end up with about maybe 5 months worth of payments that have not been made in many cases. I think we're up to 2,000 or 3,000 customers that are in that world.
3,300.
What is it? 3,300?
Over 3,300.
And so, and it's growing. And when that changes, there is going to need to be considerable staff capacity to engage those customers in workout plans. We obviously there are a lot of touches are required to work through payment plans with customers, unlike just a typical water turn off or turn on or some bill dispute that these individuals might be working with on a routine basis. We know that there is going to be a considerable workload that is going to have to be required at some point when the that directive is discontinued. And I am concerned that if we just rely on temporary employees to do that, or don't have any employees to do that, there's going to be a significant increase in hold time, wait time, backlog, and in essence, we don't want to be just discontinuing service for non-payment if we haven't had the time to work through payment plans with customers. And Don, I don't know if you want to have any more comment about that, or comment about how that number appears to be growing and what that revenue side looks like. But it isn't something that we can just write that revenue off.
No, I think your comments were right on the mark. I mean, currently out of the we're at $973,000 right now in revenue. 35% of that is non-residential. So out of the 3,300 accounts, over 2,900 are residential accounts. So they account for almost 89% of the customers that we'll have to deal with are residential customers.
Thank you. I appreciate you all clarifying that for me. And then I have one last question. When I'm looking at that same table, what is it's the AMR collection staff and includes, are those the meter positions you were discussing earlier with the trucks? Is that the same?
Well, there's 2 positions that actually do the turn on, the turn offs, the meter data collection. That's the billing field staff. And then the AMR collection staff is related more to the back billing issues to make sure that we collect all of our meter readings so we don't do any bill estimation.
Thank you.
Colleagues, thank you for your good questions. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I feel comfortable with adding these 11 positions. The increase, the difference in the increase in the rate is pretty small in terms of what people actually have to pay. But I am concerned about the issues that we're going to face when the disconnection moratorium is suspended, and wanted to get some legal advice from our city attorney about what our options are with regard to like payment plans and the length of time we can give people to pay and how long we can, can we not disconnect water indefinitely, even if people don't pay? Kim, can you give us some general guidelines? My goal is everyone gets water. So like, how can we, what are ways we can act within our legal constraints to get to that place?
Right. So this kind of goes back to a conversation we had about a year ago. So, we can't just waive all of the back charges. We can implement payment plans for folks. Historically, we have. But in terms of this special circumstance of coming out of the moratorium, this is new territory for us. And so I would, Mayor Pro Tem, like to do some research on that specifically. I don't believe that the various orders and any, directives that have been passed recently address exactly how cities can get kind of back on solid footing and keep utilities on for folks and not overburden the system. But I'd like to have some time to research that issue specifically and perhaps get back to you all with some more specific thoughts on that.
That would be great. Thank you.
I will do that.
I would like to add, we do have the hardship fund that will assist with customers. In the past, where we've had on very unusual situations, we've been very lenient with our payment plans. Typically we try to do very short, anywhere from 2 to 4 months at most, but considering the circumstances, and we're going to work with our customers to, keep them in water, extend it out as long as we can come to a reasonable decision or agreement that we can move forward. As Mr. Scott mentioned earlier with his remarks during the Housing Authority discussions, we want to work with our customers, and we want to make sure that we can keep them in water and have terms that work well for them and work for us as well.
Thank you. Yeah, that's a priority for me. I think it's a priority for all of us, especially given that the pandemic is still ongoing, and it's unlikely that the shut-off moratoriums are going to last until the end of the pandemic, but it's still really important that people be able to access water. It's important all the time, but it's especially important now. So I appreciate y'all prioritizing keeping folks' water on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Freeman, and then Councilmember Reese.
Thank you. I was having fun with my hand disappearing. I'm sorry.
I got you. I see the pencil. You're good.
I appreciate Mayor Pro Tem's question, and along those lines, I was going to ask about. I know we talked about not looking at other areas that we could have impact with the COVID funding that we've put aside, and it would be nice to know if there was a number around those 3,300 customers. That
currently for residential, it's 600. For residential, it's $628,000. A little over that, and for non-residential, it's $345,000, rounding off.
340.
345,000.
So about 968, about $1 million is what you're saying?
Yeah, it's just short of $1 million.
And just acknowledging that if it were something that we could look at as we have future conversations around what other assistance we're willing to offer, I would be willing to have the conversation about putting $1 million towards making sure that folks have water.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you.
Councilmember Reese.
Hi, it's me again. I think, so let me start by saying that after the most recent conversation we had about the water and sewer rate, the fact that the proposed increase went from 2.9 to 2.1%, I didn't bother to go back and check, but I can almost guarantee that's the lowest increase I have seen since my time on the council. Don, you want to just off the cuff confirm that's true?
I believe so.
Yeah. So I appreciate you sharpening your pencil on that after the conversation about merit pay. And I think at 2.1%, it's a very modest increase given the important work that these positions do. I share the city manager's concern about the customer service positions, the building utility technicians. I know a lot of us heard from a ton of residents during the last fiscal year about the troubles that they had. My same concern applies to the AMR collection staff, which is the staffing we need to prevent that back billing issue from coming back again, which is a huge priority for me. If there was a consensus on the council to try to shave anything off the 11 positions at the 2.1% increase, it would be the 2 billing field staff and those 2 vehicles. But I think on balance, though I don't necessarily like it, I'm probably mostly where the mayor pro tem is that in that I can live with all of this, but we really have to develop a solid plan to deal with what's going to happen when we start collecting again, and when folks start running up against their bills. And I think one thing we should think about is setting getting a policy in place for specifically related to the balances that are accruing during the COVID-19 pandemic, and coming up with a policy that is exclusive to those amounts. And I think that may give us some flexibility to talk about a longer payment term if we did that. So that's kind of all I'm thinking about. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Council Member. I believe everyone has had a chance to comment. And so what I think I'll try to do is I'll just add my voice to, I favor funding all the 11 positions. I think the customer service positions are super important. I think we've finally gotten a lot of where we want to be in terms of answering phone calls. I agree with Charlie that we were not where we wanted to be for quite a while. And I think that replacing the part-time people with full-time people and, really doing this service well over the long term is really going to serve us well. During the service well is going to serve us well. So I'll add my voice to that and just add, so maybe we could hear from other, and that's where also, Charlie, I believe that's where you also came down, if I heard you correctly. Correct? Yeah. Councilmember Caballero, Councilmember Middleton, Councilmember Freeman. So either any of you all want to pitch in on where you are at this point?
Mr. Mayor, I'll just say that the Mayor Pro Tem's comfort, Council Reese's comfort with the 11 positions have made me comfortable with it. I find their arguments compelling. So I'm good with it.
Thank you. Councilmember Caballero and Councilmember Freeman?
As am I.
Okay. Thank you. Don, thank you. We appreciate you. And I think we're finished with that item.
Don, great job, by the way. You did what you had to do. Good job.
Thank you. I'll pass that on to everybody.
Colleagues, so let me see if I can summarize where we are, and then we'll open it up for other items that everyone wants to discuss. I think where we are is that we have gone through the items that the administration has presented to us. I'm not sure I have the sense that there may be some of those positions that people still want to talk about. Let me ask that first. Are there positions, the public works positions and so forth? I think we've dealt with the water management positions, but with the transportation and the public works positions, I think those were the other 2 departments. Are there other items that anybody, I think the transportation position, we also settled, people were happy because it was no longer in the general fund. So I think that leaves the public works position. Am I correct on that, Bertha, that those are the only other positions that are in that memo?
That's correct.
So what are people's comfort levels there? I didn't hear anyone at this point saying that they wanted to take those positions out, but I just want to double check before we move on from that. Everybody good? Okay.
Mayor, may I ask a clarifying question?
Yeah, of course.
Take those positions out. Are you referring to the 3?
Oh, yeah, that's right. The 3 of the, I guess I was talking about the 6. Is that what you mean? The 3 or the 6, Bertha? Yeah. I was talking about the 6. So let's refresh. There's 6 positions recommended by Public Works. There are 3 positions that were prioritized. Is that what you mean, Bertha?
That's correct.
Yeah. So I'll ask that question in a clearer way. Where are we on these 3 and 6 positions?
Can I ask a clarifying question? Because the way that it was explained, when Bertha explained that there could be 3 and then 3 added as necessary or as filled, and the backfilling conversation, that's where I thought we landed. But I'm assuming, I'm guessing that's different.
Schedule's likely to be different, but that.
So we'll ask.
Consistent as it can be, you know. So.
Somebody's mic is on.
Somebody's mic's on, yeah.
Hillsboro's moving forward pretty quick.
It's Don.
Don, mute
Yeah,
your mic.
okay. So Bertha, let's talk about, let me go back in let's everybody that, if you want to go back to the Public Works positions to talk
Page
about
3.
those. Thank you, page 2 and 3. And so Councilmember Freeman had a question. Bertha, did you get that?
I did not. I cannot hear.
Councilmember Freeman, why don't you ask your question again?
I almost forgot. Yes, I know Councilmember Middleton had asked about the backfilling and how that works. Is that possible in this case with the 3 additional positions?
That is.
And just leaving it at 0 now and then?
At 0 or 3 or 6?
At 3.
Yes.
And then bringing in the other 3 as they are identified, I guess, however
They're needed.
As you explained it, Bertha, so well. I cannot do that at 6:30.
I get that.
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I feel good with the 3 positions. That would be my preference. And with if we were to do those 3 positions and with the savings from the transportation position, we'd have almost $600,000 unallocated in the general fund, given current budget parameters that we could talk about what to do with.
Okay, let's hear some more about the Public Works positions. That chart that we have on page 3. We have the 3 positions at the top are the priority positions. And how are they paid? Oh, I see this. The first is paid for out of the CIP. Is that correct?
Out of the Stormwater Fund, yes.
Out of the Stormwater Fund's CIP. The second is paid for out of fees, development review.
Yes.
The third is a general fund, but not paid for by fees, or it is paid for by fees?
It is general fund. The third one?
Yeah.
It's general fund, and that one is not covered by fees.
Okay. So of the top.
And that's the utility inspection position?
That's right-of-way engineer. Yes.
Right-of-way engineer.
That does the the fiber and the utility construction inspection that we can't get reimbursed for.
Okay. So.
And I would say too, Marvin Williams is here if you have any other specific position questions.
That would be great. Thank you. So as I understand it, the 2 of the first 3 positions are not general fund. Well, one of them is general fund, but it's paid for by fees.
No, the third position is general fund, and Marvin's on the phone if you want to clarify. That is general fund, not paid by fees.
Yeah, and the one above that?
The one above that is paid by fees.
Yeah. So the of the other 3 positions, how are they paid for? Are they all paid for out of general fund? Hey, Marvin.
Mayor, members of council, Marvin Williams, Public Works. So the other 3 positions, one would be paid for by development fees also. The second right-of-way position would be paid for by the general fund, and the survey position is paid for by the general fund as well.
All right. So there are 3 of the 6 positions that are not paid for out of the general fund. Is that correct? 3 of the 6.
Correct.
All right. Let me then just ask colleagues, of these ones that are not paid for out of the general fund, let me be more clear. They are paid for from the general fund. One of them is paid for by stormwater CIP. One of them is paid for by the general fund. And then 2 of them are paid for from the general fund, but they're paid for by fees. Is everybody okay with supporting those 3, which are not paid for out of the general fund unless there are fees associated with them? Councilmember Middleton, and then Mayor Pro Tem, and then Councilmember Caballero.
In light of the conversation we just had with Donna, I mean, I'd be curious to hear Marvin make the case.
Yeah.
For those 3, I want to afford him the same.
Yeah,
I'd like to afford him the same opportunity. Yeah.
Yeah, I was
Go ahead.
I was trying. I agree. I was trying to make it a little easier by first taking on the 3 that are not funded out of just general fund revenue other than fees, but maybe I can't do that. So
I'm good with
let me see if I'm trying to narrow it down, but
I'm sorry if I misunderstood.
No worries. I'll say Mayor Pro Tem and then Councilmember Caballero, and then we'll hear from Marvin.
Thank you. I just wasn't sure. So of the 3 priority positions, 2 of them are funded by fees, correct? Okay.
Correct. One out of stormwater fund, one is out of development fees.
And then there's a 3rd position, Mr. Mayor, that you are asking if there's a 3rd fee-funded position that's not in the top 3 priority positions, and so you're asking us about those 3. Got it.
That's what I was trying to do, but you did it better than I did.
Just
Councilmember Caballero, and then we'll see what we can do after that.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, for me, I wanted to see prioritization from both departments, so we had a place to go to if the will of the whole council was to cut. I wanted to know when we came to that decision what departments really needed. If folks are willing and wanting, and Marvin wants to make the case for this full 6, I'm willing, especially in light of the conversation we just had with Dawn. But I wanted to have something to fall back on if we said, this is too much money.
Understood. I think that's good. Okay, Marvin, we're throwing it to you. I will just say for myself that it's easier for me to decide on the fee-supported positions, 3 of the 6, than it is the others. So maybe you could concentrate on making the case for the others, and then we'll have council member questions and comments.
So all 6 of the positions are actually mission critical for us. I believe the data that I provided in the prior presentation shows that our workload is at the point that we don't have the ability to add any more efficiencies in our operations in engineering, whether it's in the right-of-way management group, development review group, or in our survey group. So even if we don't get these positions now, we're going to have to make the request again next year, and it may be more positions than what we're currently asking for because the work continues to come in for us, especially on the development and the project side. Right-of-way, the permitting has continuously increased month over month, and that trend isn't going away. With development, we just met with the HBA this morning through our Development Services Center group. And in talking to them, the expectation is that the trend for development is going to continue to be on the uptick through next year at least. So there's not going to be a drop off at any point with the projects that we have in our queue. And as well with survey, we already have a backlog of projects, and those requests are going to continue to come in to us from our own engineering and stormwater groups, but also the other city departments that rely on survey duties from Public Works. So all 6, I believe, are justified. It's just a question of if the council is willing to support them and allow us to have those in fiscal year 21.
Thank you very much, Marvin. Questions, comments, colleagues? Councilmember Middleton.
Yeah, Marvin used the phrase for me that's a threshold phrase for me is mission critical. I don't think he would use it lightly. or just, for whatever. So I'm inclined to support the 6.
Right. I am as well, but
I am
let's
as
hear from
well.
others. Councilmember Freeman is as well. Councilmember Caballero is as well. So Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Reese, where are you all?
I can count to 4, Mr. Mayor.
Well, rumor has it you can count even higher than that.
I'm skeptical at this point, but I will just, since I've got the floor, let me just say that the 2 right-of-way, I think there are 2 right-of-way positions. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, they are general fund based, and in this environment, kind of the hardest to accept. But I think what you told us at the budget work session last week about how dangerous it is to have our utilities in the right of way without the staff necessary to go out and make sure it's okay, that sold me on it. And I just appreciate so much the work that you're doing, and I'm on board. Sounds good.
Thank you. Any comments from Mayor Pro Tem?
Sorry,
All
I had to get a snack, but
no worries.
I'm happy with the majority opinion.
All right, thank you.
Did you bring enough whole class?
Yeah, right.
Sorry,
Mayor, can I
friends.
make another comment, please?
Yes, you may.
I just want to
Bertha.
point out that these positions are budgeted in appropriations, not authorized, meaning that if the fees do not come in to support the positions, we wouldn't activate the positions.
Thank you. All right, colleagues, I think we've dealt with all the positions now. And I think we're now down to other, let me ask the manager first. Mr. Manager, do you feel like we've dealt with all the, what you and I have been calling the loose ends that you need to hear about? We need to hear from council members if there are other budgetary items that are on their mind, things they want to consider. But in terms of all the things that you all flagged, are we okay?
I believe so.
All
Bertha,
right.
correct?
Yes.
That was the list.
Good.
Yes. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Well, appreciate everybody sticking with it. All right, colleagues. Now, general budget comments, anything that you want to add, subtract, or talk about in terms of our budget? We're getting down to the bitter end here, and then our next opportunity is when we're going to have this budget from to be voting on, which will be on June the, what date will that be? The 15th. On June the 15th, we'll be voting on our budget, and this is our last shot, essentially. So, colleagues,
I just want to take the time and just thank the staff for getting us through this budget cycle. I know it's been difficult and very taxing. We're at 5 hours and 43 minutes at this point in this meeting, and I'm sure that there's been a lot of work behind the scenes to get us through this virtually. And I'm just grateful that we managed to do it. So I just want to thank you. I feel good about where we are, and I'm good. Thank you.
thank you,
Thank you.
Councilmember. Other comments? Other comments at this point? Last shot at the budget. Mayor Pro Tem.
I hate to extend our lives in this way, but can we talk for a minute about the fund balance? I know that in our initial discussion, we had said that we would suspend our 16.7% fund balance policy and allow the balance to go down to 12%. I know that the current budget does not do that. What's the thinking behind keeping the fund balance at 16.7 and not taking some of that money out of the rainy day fund for the rain we are currently experiencing?
I think it really depends on for what purpose. I think we're at what, 17%, Bertha? 17.2?
16.3.
16.3. Okay.
As you recall, we had to remove the
that's right.
1.5 million for the gas tax power bill.
Forgot that.
Yes.
So we're at 16.3. So I guess is your question, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, can we go lower than that if we want to spend money on something else?
So I'm getting questions from people that's like, why aren't you giving our staff raises if you still have these millions of dollars in reserve? And we could go lower and it not affect our bond rating? Like, what is y'all's reason for not wanting to take the fund balance lower right now?
Well, in my mind, twofold. One, the amount of money that we are taking the fund balance down for recurring expenses is substantially larger than we have ever done, and those expenses are going to be with us next year as well. And so that's one piece. And then just again, if we did direct pay raises, those expenses are also going to be with us next year. And so to the extent that we're using all of those one-time revenues, which I think in that case would be more than the revenue reduction projections, it's going to really put a strain on next year's budget. If the council wanted to, do some one-time thing, adjustment for employees that was a bonus, that still is going to impact the amount of fund balance that we're taking down, but not necessarily become a recurring expense. So, I mean, I just can't see how we could get to an additional $7 million of fund balance to pay for raises. Bertha, is that correct?
That's correct. It would be $7 million to pay for the raises, and the number between 12 and 16 is about $9 million. And then those raises, we would have to pay for those raises in future years with the escalator on top of those.
Thank you. Yeah,
I'm very challenged.
Yeah, I feel comfortable with that decision. I just need to be able to explain it to folks and explain y'all's reasoning.
Right. And I think, the other piece, Mayor Pro Tem, is just the uncertainty of how long and what, do we have the revenue impacts correct? I think that we are making the best judgment we can right now, but as I've said, quite a number of times, this is fluid. And I'm not 100% sure that we aren't going to need more of that just to keep from having to cut services if any of the revenue drops are way more significant than we thought or prolong longer than we thought.
Thank you.
Other comments? Councilmember Caballero.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, and I know that folks are seeing, and we've said this a number of times, it's just we're in a very difficult situation. And at this point, there is no lifeboat for us as a city of Durham. We have very few funds coming from the state or the federal government. The only place we can go is to raise taxes. And I think every single council member has committed to not doing that. We know that everyone is in hard economic times, and we are doing, and again, thank you to the staff, because we were pretty far along our budget process and we had a lot of pretty incredible new initiatives that are not getting funded, which are a huge, I'm still mourning the fact that we're not doing some of the work we were planning on doing. So I hear our residents, I know everyone is anxious, but even just next door in Wake County and Raleigh, they are getting a significant lifeboat that we just did not get. And I think that our residents need to see the reality of the situation that we are facing here.
Thank you, Council Member. Other comments, colleagues? All right. I really appreciate everything that everybody's done on the staff. I want to thank my council colleagues. I thought everybody did a great job today, hanging in there and making the comments and thinking this through. And it's a tough budget, no doubt. It's not the one we wanted, and it is. There is a lot of heartache in it. It's really tough for our employees, and all the new things that we were excited about doing that we can't do. It's just the reality we're in. I am concerned about the revenue projections that I know you all work so hard with the state and others to figure out, being overly optimistic. And so that gives me, makes me very supportive of keeping a decent fund balance, because I'm worried about it. And we've got a lot of things we've already laid out as potential needs. water cutoff related, small business related? Are there going to be other things related to, eviction diversion and all these kinds of things that we all care so much about? We've already said that we would be willing to fund mid-year some property tax relief. So all these things are on our list, and I think that we're a very well-managed city, and I think that this is another example of that, as much as it's hard.
I think you meant to say first class.
Go ahead.
I think you meant to say first class, well-managed city. And
Agreed.
we are way down the line of no support, and I really appreciate Councilmember Caballero pointing that out. With no support, it's definitely been hard to watch the struggle that folks are experiencing, and knowing that we just I can't see raising taxes at this time. And yeah. Thank you, everybody. We have one more piece of business, I'm sorry to say, which is we need to hear from the clerk about the positions that we voted on. Sorry, everybody. Madam Clerk.
Good evening, everyone. I'm kind of sorry too, but work is work, right?
I guess so.
Okay, the first one, you've decided to re-advertise the Carolina Theater Board of Trustees. You've nominated Rachel Eberhard and Carl Newman to fill the vacancies on Citizen Advisory. You've nominated Julie Malavade to fill the vacancy on the City County Environmental Affairs Board representing biological science. You've nominated Christopher Tones to the Homeless Services Advisory Commission, and you've decided to re-advertise for the corporate private sector position. There were 3 applicants for the open space and trails, but you decided to re-advertise one. So you've reappointed Derek Beasley and Camilla Hayward Rotini. You've nominated Carmen Williams to the Planning Commission, and you've reappointed Susan Scott to the Durham Sports Commission. You nominated 3 applicants to the Human Relations Commission. You've reappointed John Rooks, appointed Eric Chacon, and reappointed Nathan Plummer. And then for the final 2, there was some discrepancy. For the Housing Appeals Board, everyone agreed to reappoint Kevin Davis, and Cassandra Stokes received 3 votes by Mayor Schul, Councilmember Middleton, and Councilmember Freeman. And then there were 3 council member votes to re-advertise the position for the tenant. And was that decided to re-advertise?
No, we haven't decided that yet. Let's hear the women's, it's also related to the next one.
Right. And then the final one, the Mayor's Council for Women, you've nominated Gloria de los Santos to be reappointed for Ward 3. And then there was also a discrepancy here. Margaret Brunson received 2 votes from Councilmember Middleton and Freeman. Kermisha Ramirez received 1 vote from Mayor Schul. Cassandra Stokes received 3 votes from Councilmember Reese, Councilmember Caballero, and Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, well, we've got a conundrum, but we're so good at solving those. So Cassandra Stokes has 3 votes for Housing Appeals.
Mm-hmm.
And does she have 2 or 3 votes for Women's Commission?
It's also 3 votes for Women's Commission.
She was extremely popular. She was just popular from different people for different
It was
things.
unanimous. We all voted for her.
Okay. So how would you all like to proceed here? I was going to make Mayor Pro Tem.
I just wanted to say I'm the current liaison to the Women's Commission, and have been the liaison to Housing Appeals Board. And I felt that Ms. Stokes' skills and interests and background were more fitted for the Women's Commission. They also have had, they're still kind of trying to figure out like what their place is in the city and what work they want to do. And I felt that she would be a really strong contributor to their mission. So I just wanted to put in a
All right.
placeholder on Women's Council.
Okay, I'll change my vote to Cassandra Stokes for the Women's Commission, which would give her 4. It then, though, therefore means that she's not, she can't be on the Housing Appeals Board. So before we go back to the Housing Appeals Board, though, let me just say that I hope colleagues, Shay Ramirez has been applying for things, and I think she's great, and I hope we'll find a good spot for her in the near future. She goes under the name Kershimia. That's her real name. So just wanted to keep that in mind for the future. But now let's go back to the Housing Appeals Board and tell us again, without Ms. Stokes, who has votes?
I would also like to say the same thing for Ms. Margaret Brunson.
Agreed. She has a great application. We had she was a good candidate.
Mr. Mayor, the Housing Appeals Board, Cassandra Stokes received 3 votes from yourself and Councilmember Middleton and Freeman.
And then who else got votes?
And then there were 3 votes by council to re-advertise the tenant.
Because she was the only candidate? Okay. So we'll re-advertise the Housing Appeals Board.
Okay.
How do we do, Madam Clerk? Did we finish that?
We were finished. All done. You did great.
Mr. Manager, are we prepared to settle the agenda?
I think so, Mr. Mayor. What I have is items for consent 1, 3 through 11, 13 through 33. General business, GBA item 12. GBA public hearing for June the 15th. Items 37 through 40 and item 47. GBA public hearing for June the 24th. Items 41 through 43. And GBA public hearings for July the 1st, items 44 through 46.
Mr. Manager, item 12 is the budget.
Correct.
Colleagues, can we put the budget on consent? I'm happy to put the budget on consent. I feel like we've beaten it to death today.
I would just offer that with the way that public comment has worked, it might be better to just have some run through on it. Just a short version, but that's just
okay. Maybe we'll put it on GBA. Maybe we won't need a presentation, but we can ask if anyone wants to make comments. Good?
People will make comments, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Well, then
Yeah,
that's
it's not a public hearing, so we won't allow live comments anyway.
Okay, got it. Understood.
Yeah, so that we'll hear from people. We'll hear from people by mail, by email, and that kind of thing.
And then we can respond as council members to kind of clarify some of the things that get mixed up in the
Correct.
Yeah. So we'll keep that on GBA then. Is there any, that's the only GBA item except for the public hearing items?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Okay. You all have heard the manager's recommendation to settle the agenda. I'll accept a motion.
I move.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Caballero, seconded by Councilmember Freeman, that was settle the agenda per the manager's recommendation. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Mayor Schul.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson.
Aye.
Councilmember Caballero.
Aye.
Councilmember Freeman.
Yeah.
Councilmember Middleton.
Oh, God, aye.
Councilmember Reese.
I vote yay, yay, yay.
Thank you.
The longest work session of my tenure. This is it.
Good job, everybody.
Thank you, everyone.
The motion carries unanimously. The agenda is settled. I believe that there is no more business to come before this council, and I'm going to declare this meeting adjourned at 6:56. Thank you, everybody.
Night, everybody.
Buenas.
Bye.
See you next.